Hi, welcome. I am Doc V, Dr. Virginia LeBlanc Shazad. I'm just all about the love. I'm all about joy, hope, peace, love, and you're here, so I assume you are as well. So, welcome to Candid Conversations TV Live. And we are just excited to have you here. Thank you for hearing the soul summons, the call coming out. Guys, I'm flowing without a script today. So, and I usually do on Candid Conversations. So, we're going to keep it real talk. We're going to keep it real. We're just going to go with the way our soul flows. But I would like to open this space up with a blessing or a prayer, if you will. And just so we can set that space, right? Remember, this is a gathering. This is not an event, right? We get too caught up in performance, right? In performative mindsets. And this is all about having candid conversations to get us to a possibility mindset. So let me start with that, if you will allow. And as folks come in, my beautiful team, supported by my husband, Sam, he will be letting folks in. And our creative director, my sister-in-law, she's on here as well in the background. So we're just going to have a good time. And wherever the spirit leads us, that's where we are going to go. All right. So are we good with that? All right, folks.
Yep.
Awesome, awesome. All right. So, if you will, let's just kind of center our minds, take some deep breaths. Just exhale everything that has gone before the year, right? Even worries that may be there for the coming year. We are here to be present. So, with our deep breaths, ladies, folks, come as you are, beloved souls, not to be fixed, but to be heard and felt. This is not a threshold of striving, it is a sanctuary of being where faith, hope, joy, and love springs eternal. Lay down the weight of performance, unfasten the armor of ambition. Here we listen for what is whole, what is real, not what is missing. Welcome to the sacred space of candid conversations, where your soul leads and your legacy breathes. Amen. All right. All right. How are we feeling? Drop in chat or come on, and come off of mute. Let's hear, let's just be here together and know that you are most welcome to this space in Candid Conversations Live. So, we are honoring all of our amazing guests who will be popping in as they can. We know it's the holiday season, so we always give folks space for grace, right? So, we put the call out there, and when you can come, when your soul leads you, we are here in this safe haven, in this safe space to love on you, to lift you, and to celebrate you and all women rising. Before we pull up the screen showing you the 25 women who were a part of Define Your Path podcast and Candid Conversations TV, I want to say, and my husband says this, okay, because he is so in touch with his divinity and he just loves women and what we stand for, what we were meant for. And he'll tell you, as I bring him up in a moment, to just kind of share a little bit about the platform. But we need to be celebrated more than just one day in one month. We need to be celebrated all year round because literally we are the co-creators with God, whether that's in life or business. So that's what this platform is all about. That is what all of these beautiful 25 women who we spot were our spotlights for this year on our second season of Define Your Path podcast. This is what it was all about. It was all about showing the love, giving people hope, We did it during the Advent season, the Advent calendar for a reason, right? Spotlighting them every day. Because the holiday seasons, as we all know, can be difficult. They can be heavy, right? I myself lost two aunts in less than a week at the end of November, leading into the Advent season. So, we wanted to be here for you. We wanted to be that hope. We wanted to give you peace. We wanted to instill and bring joy, right? And just show love for you, love for the world by rolling out this calendar in the time frame that we did, right? And bringing this celebration to you because there are so many women around the world right now who are alone, right? We would love to have them on this platform. We would love to have them in this conversation because as we come together, right? As two or three come together and we're touching and agreeing, there's life, there's liberty, right? There is manifestation, there is healing, there is fire, literally, that shoots down from the heavens into our spirit and connects one to another through the energy that we bring when we come together. So many of us are struggling because we're not coming together, right? We're not coming together in aligned spaces, right? With the right energy, with a collaborative energy and not the competition energy and mindset, right? So, you know, I just welcome you into this space, into this celebration, which is not just about these beautiful women, right? These beautiful 25 women. It's about you too, and the possibilities that are just literally waiting for you to step into, right? For you to choose you, for you to walk freely, for you to just breathe. Exhale. When you inhale the breath of life. You literally inhale the Creator and exhale the Creator's name. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So I would invite you all to visit our live hub, and I'm sure that's probably dropped in chat somewhere. If any of you know me or have been with me any time, I literally just at the beginning of November shared my visual struggles with the masses because it's something that it was a soul hurt that I hid, that I kept from people that I just lived with, that I learned how to navigate the waters of life with. But sharing that hurt, sharing that gave me such freedom. So I'm sharing it now. So you know why, if you see me go close to the screen, or if you see me refer or defer to my team, that's what's going right. So my calling, my job is to love on you, right? To be the heart surgeon for your soul, to be the pivot maestro in your life, for your business. And so I just invite you to go and visit this platform. Listen to all of these amazing, amazing conversations, that the spotlights and the candid conversations. And then I'm going to bring my beautiful husband up. I believe if you click on this QR code, it'll take you directly to the hub. Or you can even click on, I'm not sure if I can click on, let me just let him explain it to you guys because he's the business tech and financial guru. He's my Da Vinci, my Einstein, my Picasso, all wrapped in one, and so much more. So I just like to introduce you all to my beautiful, loving, just sent from God husband. We refer to him as Sam or Shaz for those who know him and love him, but Sam Shazad. So I'm gonna go on mute and then let him tell you all about this hub and why and what this hub is going to turn into. So, honey, without further ado.
Thank you for the amazing introduction, honey. Um, and hello, everyone. And it's such a pleasure to finally say hello on screen. Me and my team had such pleasure in you know, this entire month, and just building up to this has been such a blessing for us who elevate all of you. You've been such a blessing. The way we wanted this podcast and TV show to flow is beyond imagination, and you've all achieved that. So congratulations and well done. My simple job is to elevate. and to give you and every woman out there, platforms that they deserve to see. This platform, what we've created, and first of all, to scan the QR code, that's the easiest way of accessing the Live Hub. Um, there's and I support Honey all the time, so I left a button for Honey just on the screen so she can click on it. So it goes onto the Live Hub again. So this Live Hub is like any other thing that exists out there. It's a platform. And not many people who go onto these podcast platforms or TV shows get the opportunity to really have a profile, and we really wanted to do that because again, it's about what women actually deserve and deserve a platform so that they can get known and then they can get seen. It's not just an interview, you know, it's recognition. And like today, it's a celebration of all the women. Again, we're incredibly blessed and I loved every second of editing it. It was long nights, but it was definitely worth it. Um, but again, we we want to set an example. We want to set a standard for all women in future so that when you are doing what you are doing in your sole purpose and in your mission, you want to have strongholds behind that really backs that, without really asking for anything. And this is what we're trying to create here at Finding Paths International, especially with our podcast and TV show. So we hope you truly enjoy the Life Hub and see what, the presence, and please do support, whoever watches this video in future, please do support all of our guests. Our guests are still going to be there, a couple of years ahead, and this is the brilliant thing about the Live Hub. And talking about the Live Hub, once you see it, and this is to all the guests, and again, we thank you so much. I wanted to give you all a present, and this is a present in presence, in a sense. Um, the announcement is that what you see here would only go in a future what I call the DP network. This was shelved nearly 2 years ago. This is something, so most of all of this was a plan 2 years ago that I had, and slowly I've been trying to execute it. But the reason why I wanted to do this as a pre-pilot for the podcast TV show is to show and to build towards a bigger vision for all women. A DP network that would not only showcase your profile, but also be quick access to anyone that you meet. And especially in a sense where you can always access it, people can always see what you're doing. And, and again, we live in a world full of subscriptions and apps, and, there's always going to be something new. There's always going to be something different and better or worse or whatever it may be. The key is that it's a distraction for most times, you see, and that we keep on switching. And the key was that when we are building a empowerment platform for women, we wanted to do it very, very simple that would last literally a century. The kind of, and again, it takes simplicity to do stuff. The world overcomplicates everything. And so by creating a DP network, you would not have a live hub for a period of time. It's going to run indefinitely, and that's the key. And all of you women who have joined us for season two, who have come into our platform, are going to be automatically migrated to the DP network as lifetime members, as people that we would always honor and adore in part of this movement. This movement is supposed to set a standard, create a high standard. A lot of businesses fail. A lot of people are victim of scam. Why? Because anything goes. We stop the anything goes, and we basically tell truth and exactly what is needed. And in the world of women, women are the most vulnerable. I know this. I started my own movement back in 2017 after saving a lady from suicide. I know what this means. Personally, like I said, I support women. Women are goddesses, and I remind them of that. We are all built, naturally according to life, And for me, I'm not affiliated with any group or anything. I'm just affiliated to life, to God, to to the universe, you see? And for me, a woman being a goddess, was the biggest miracle that exists on earth that has been abused in a sense of in every fashion, in everything, and especially in the business sort of world. I mean, I understand we have an International Women's Day where it celebrates women from all around the world, you know, for that one particular day. I celebrate them every day. And I want to remind every woman of that, that every day is a day to celebrate the fact that you are existing. Now, the key is that enough of being lied to. People have been lost even up to this point. There's always something new. There's always a shiny product. There's always this and that. The work I used to do before, it used to be simple. When you plant a seed into the soil and you water that seed, it's as simple as that. It doesn't change throughout time. A seed don't grow differently throughout time. A seed still grows the same way. You just need to plant it on good ground. And this is the key, is we have to create a platform of truth for women, again, men alike, for every human being. I'm a humanitarian in that sense. We need to set a standard. We need to make sure that if someone has a business, that business is a responsibility. I say this clearly. The reason why we build these sort of platforms, because we talk about standard, we talk about how, women should be elevated, is because we want them to literally have a stronghold that does not break, that they don't have to continuously hurt themselves to grow themselves, right? We need to understand that the world can be as simple as we imagine it to be. This is why we don't play the game of business. I didn't play the game of business, and my story speaks for itself of how much I've influenced. That's nothing got to do with accolades or titles or reputation. It has everything to do with passion and soul and serving another person. Trust me, go in 2026. This profile is always going to be there. It's going to always elevate you. Okay. And any sort of new updates that you have, you're doing another thing, just send an email to us of that and we'll happily add that on to your profile. Absolutely fine. But here's my challenge for you in 2026. Go and serve another person and don't focus on selling. Don't do it. And believe me, with that blind faith, you will attract so many people in your mission and your purpose. If it's truly a purpose, it's truly a responsibility. But if it's an opportunity for you, then it is a hustle. And what we try to do for you is we try to show you as a presence, as a thank you, because we know you are responsible. And to every guest that I've listened to, that I've listened to all your podcasts, I've listened to all of your TV shows. I thoroughly enjoyed the natural soul connection. And that is the final piece of the puzzle. Soul connection will get you there, but you do not do anything alone. And we live in a world like that, that you have to do it alone. We will walk with you through thick and thin. And like I said, these platforms that we are trying to create will only just empower the women of tomorrow, especially the women of yesterday. So with that, thank you for hearing me out. Again, DP Network is going to be an exciting thing that's going to come mid 2026. Again, you're all going to be moved on, but you still have a platform even on our site underneath the season 2 guests and everything like that. You still have that, but you also will be part of this amazing DP network, which I hope and pray that it blesses everyone it touches.
Amazing, amazing. Isn't my husband beautiful? Just a beautiful soul, and it's like literally our brains are just so in tune. Truly, he is the mate to my soul. And like I have these thoughts, he has the same thoughts, he speaks them, and then he makes them happen. And this is what we want to celebrate also, ladies. Just, we're not in this alone, right? It's humanity. We're all called to be one, right? To be in community. And I have so many women who are just like, does he have a brother? Yes, he has two. But I just want to give my husband his flowers and just say, men like him exist. And until literally God dropped him in my lap, I didn't believe it. So folks, let's rise together, right? Let's heal our soul hurts, right? Our pains, those wounds, right? That have existed, even as early as our childhood, right? The 0 to 7. We talked about this in a lot of the conversations we had with the beautiful women this season about how we have so many hurts between the ages of 0 and 7 that we don't even process or know about or connect the dots that that's where it started, right? And then on top of that, we're compounding it as we live life because we're living life with all of these wounds that need healing, that need transmuting, right? And we have to just connect the dots so we can learn the lessons, right? And we can walk in wisdom and we can uncover, we can seek, find, and walk in our soul's purpose. So thank you so much, honey. I just love and adore you, and I appreciate you for just bringing this to life. So everything he said and the rest of what we're going to talk about today. So, folks, feel free also just to jump in, chat, to send love, leave love comments. We love seeing it. We like to get back to it and respond, and then the team will ping me if I miss them because, like I said, I'm working over here with some visual challenges, but to God be the glory. Nothing's stopping me or this show. So, and I hope that you also take away that kind of same intention and intent for your life. Whatever challenges come what may, right? We opened up the show with "C'est la vie," right? It's life. It's a part of our journey and how we're supposed to walk it out, right? To overcome, to conquer. And so, yeah, that's what we're celebrating today, rising from the ashes. And I've done that. Our spotlight guests have done that tons and tons of times. So there is something that I want to show you real quick because, once we get this conversation going, I don't even know where it's going to go. So, Sam, if you can pull our show back up real quick, the show deck. I want to make sure you guys get this link that you can grab your phones, take your get the QR code or whatever, whether you are looking to build your business on a firm foundation, if you know people who need or want this. God moved on my husband's heart to do this, and I'm all for it because, as he already said, we need the same advantages that corporations have, right? And he used to build it, businesses for them, but he saw a need. He saw a need on the front line. His soul was being snuffed out in those environments, right? And then, as he shared with you, he ended up saving a woman from suicide who had lost almost, well, it was the equivalent of $100,000. I think it was 80,000 pounds or so, trying to build a business, and she was scammed. She was conned. How many of us have been the victims of scam? And I hate using that word, but how many of us have experienced it? Let me put it like that, right? Because we're no longer victims, right? It was a lesson learned. We embraced that fear of, oh my gosh, I've been scammed. We embrace that fear and we've made it our ally, right? And it's the fuel that drives us. So this is a project 100 that is giving folks access to tap into this knowledge, this skill set, to have your business based built on a firm foundation for you. No more struggling, no more hemorrhaging hundreds of thousands of dollars like me in my case over, from 2010 to 2021 when I met my husband. So take a look at this. No pressure. We're not salesy people. We're relational people. We're happy to have a conversation with you. But I just wanted to put this on your radar because, like I said, once we get conversations going, I'll probably forget. And then I think it's one more slide. If you have loved this season, folks, we would love to, because we're lifting this, right? My husband and I combined our businesses 2 years ago. I think it is now October of 22, and we've been piloting some things, and this year was the manifestation of this lift, right? So if you enjoyed the podcast, if you enjoyed Candid Conversations, we also have a way that you can support the shows. So feel free to avail yourself of that if you feel led. Okay, that's what I'll say on that. So if you can advance that that slide, please, honey, or whoever's operating. Uh,
It's only me. It's
yeah.
only me.
All right, folks. So this is the link, and whatever, if you have $1, God bless, we'll take it because this allows us to build. 'Cause what we didn't share, and again, this is candid conversation, so it's real talk, right? And we're gonna bring up some of the spotlights who are here. When I was going through Discovery, right, to populate the show. I had the question. One of the beautiful women asked me at the end of the discovery, okay, so how much does this cost? What's my investment? And it caught me so off guard. I was I was so shocked. I was so surprised. And because it just never entered my mind, because this is what my husband, what my family and I do because we're a family business. What we do, this mission is so beyond us. It's not about leveraging people for money, right? It's yes, money makes the world go round, unfortunately, as my husband says all the time. Yeah, it's probably almost as important as oxygen because of the constructs that man has set up, that the way we operate this world. But our mission is about saving lives. Our mission is about breathing life into people, right? It's about doing life and business through relationship together, right? Collaborating, standing up together. That's why we don't get all, up in arms about, and if there are people who, like, even just this season, we had beautiful person, Christine Souza, who's a podcast manager. We do podcasts too. I'm still gonna platform her. Why wouldn't I? You know, it's not about competition, folks. Competition is what is killing us. It's what's snuffing out lives. It's what's causing conflict, right? What is for you, and it will be for you. And what is meant for you, no one can stand against you. Once you stand in that certainty and that assurance, in that faith and understanding that you are aligned and that you are called to serve and according to the purpose that has been revealed to you. So I just want to encourage you guys, reach out. You are most welcome and blessed to come into this community. We'll love on you. We'll take care of you. And our spotlights. What I don't do is platform anyone who speaks against anyone else, who has an opinion that is detrimental potentially to the healing or the walk of anyone else, right? You can love on someone and respect where they are in their journey, right? If you disagree, pray for them, right? In whatever way you do, you know, but we all rise together, right? We all rise together. And this platform, we do not serve or stand as judge, jury, executioner of anybody, right? I've openly shared, yes, I grew up in the church. I was born into the church. you know, I, so I know I get it. All of that, right? But my husband and I are called to be the hands and feet of Jesus. And that means no judgment, no jury, no executioner. So we're to love and to bring love into this world. So we'll hope that you come and be with us and love with us, and help us love on other folks. So let me stop talking because look, it's time to have candid conversation. We've been having candid conversations, but it's time to bring up the spotlights who were managed to get here, who are sacrificing to be here with us, with the holiday season in full swing. So let's see, who are we bringing up? I'll just let the team, you guys know who's here. So just, spotlight us both or what have you. And audience, you're going to be a part of this conversation, so don't think you're getting away. So whoever's here, whoever is in the audience who wants to be a part of the conversation, just raise your hand. Um, we were looking when we first put this together, we were looking at, we were thinking we were going to have big groups or what have you. But again, we follow our flow. nothing stops a show, right? Nothing stops a quote unquote show, right? Because we're not performing here. We are having real talk. And hopefully you've already seen that through the podcast Define Your Path podcast and the Candid Conversations TV episode. So who's coming up? Is I know I see Laura Gutierrez here. Is Laura coming up? Hey girl, come on to the stage.
Yay! I'm here. Well, thank you so much. I mean, this is truly a celebration for me. So thank you for giving us the space.
Serious.
This
Yeah.
year was a big, big transformation for me.
Yeah.
For the first part of the year, I lost myself.
Mm,
Um, Life happened like c'est la vie, full
yes.
throttle. So I lost myself, and it was a long way home to get back to me.
Mm,
I learned, that life happens in cycles,
yes.
and sometimes you go up like in a roller coaster, and sometimes you go down. And if
Yes.
you embrace both the ups and downs and you learn from them, you
Yes.
become stronger.
Mm,
It was hard, but I encountered a community of friends, I mean, especially women that supported me. So I am all, for, not competition, but collaboration because I never expected to receive
yeah.
so much love that helped me heal. And the
Yeah.
other thing that was very important is that you gave me the space to be in the spotlight in the
Mm,
podcast and just talking about my pains and how I overcame, and some of them that I'm still working on. It just gave me so much freedom. Just like it's not a secret anymore. We fail, and this is part of the learning. Not feel embarrassed anymore for my failures and just embrace them and learn from them.
yeah.
And just telling them for other people that may be in the same moment before, now that I'm, getting back to myself. It was very important for me, if I could help anybody to listen. So it was a year, of started like very bad, a blessing in disguise that ended up with so many good things and so much transformation to my soul that I really thank you. And, I just end up, with a lot of soul happiness that I didn't have before.
Yes. Oh my gosh, Laura, girl, I wish I could reach out and give you a hug over there all the way in Argentina.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know what? I am just, oh, that just blesses my soul, and it's so good to see you in this space, and just see what's alive in you right now, and I didn't even have to utter those words. You just led in with that. So I
Well, my
love,
priorities changed. Like you said, I connected the dots of
yeah,
what it was important. I had
yes,
lost my way, and I'm defining a purpose, and I am building a business based on what I really want to do and not focus on the monetary gain, but what my soul is happy about doing. It took me a
yes,
while to find out, but I guess all that breakdown and that loss of myself sparked the light again.
yes.
And here I am, just building and learning and embracing other women that help me. And if I can help them, just build a community that you want, where we all rise together.
Oh,
So, yeah.
Lord, oh girl, you just bless my soul. You don't even know. It's a beautiful thing. And I remember when we first met, so Jackie Wilkinson, who,
Yeah.
was our Christmas Eve spotlight, just a powerful episode. She introduced us. I remember Jackie saying, "Okay, you need to meet Laura," and she told me about this meditation project that you guys were doing together, and
Yes.
I heard that, and like I was like, oh my gosh, Jackie's amazing. I have to meet Laura. And it was just like just that connection. And I think this is the thing that we miss, right? When we go looking for folks who when we're not letting our soul lead, let me say it like that. We're not allowing our soul to lead, and we're trying to meet people for certain reasons or certain whatever, like we're trying to fill holes as opposed to, or we're trying to have someone. who we've identified with our mind, right? And not with that our heart connection or our soul connection. We think about people from a benefit, right? That's that whole leverage conversation that we talk about, because I know words can have kind of like positive and negative connotations, but girl, just from the moment we had that first conversation, and I just couldn't stop talking about you to my husband.
Yeah, and I was totally lost. I nothing like that. But I learned to have the strength to be myself
Yes,
completely.
yes,
And because sometimes we put faces and we show up because in business or we just put a face that is not ours. And
yes,
embracing myself and realizing that some people will like to be with me and some people not is totally fine. But the people
yeah.
that new people that came to me, old people that stayed, they
Hmm.
know the real me right now and they
Yeah.
keep choosing me. So I know for sure,
Mm.
that my little tribe is Laura's tribe. But I needed to
Yes,
just break the shell and show
yes.
myself like I am goofy sometimes, this is me.
Mhm.
So, and it was just such a liberation to just let myself be
Yes.
and trust that the right people will come. Everything that is right for me will come at the time.
Hmm. Hmm.
And now I just trust, I
Girl.
just don't see an outcome right now, but it doesn't
Yeah.
matter because I know I'm following what I feel it is correct for myself. It is what my soul wants.
Girl,
So yeah.
you are powering your soul pivot consistently, intentionally, purposefully now. I love it. I love it. I love it. Girl, you know what? You said something there that was so powerful, and I got to go back and reach that and pull that thread because it's the thing, it's the clue for people, right? It's the flag, right? Like if we're saying, yellow, orange, red or something,
Mhm.
looking for flags. You said who was for you? I don't remember exactly how you said it, but you said they keep choosing you.
Mhm.
That is so
I
important.
know me, which is not the same what that they met. I mean, I met
Yeah,
new people being, like I
yeah,
said, me natural,
yeah,
but
yeah,
they met me when I wasn't me right now. And
yeah,
they just tell me that they saw the evolution and they like me more now than before, even though we were friends before. So
yeah,
that's the people that embrace when you change and they don't
yes.
ask you to go back to the person you were before that you cannot be anymore and they
Hmm.
still want to be with you. That's the tribe.
Girl, that's
So
the tribe.
yes.
Oh,
That's
I
the tribe.
love it. Oh, sis, I am just, you don't even know. You just 'cause, every on a daily basis, we fight battles, right? We fight these spiritual battles, that are happening in high places. We don't understand why we're feeling a certain kind of way, emotionals up and down, all that type of stuff. But you are just a confirmation of continuing to fight that good fight, right? To show up anyway, right? To just overcome. And it's that being, right? That ability to just be no matter what and not let, the need for performance or numbers or whatever to drive your joy or your happiness or cause you to perform, turn into that performative mindset as opposed to just being present, and just doing you, walking in your purpose, carrying what you are supposed to carry in the way of spreading a message or loving on people or shining your light. And that is, I feel, what taps into or brings that attraction, right? And then really
Yeah,
helps you live in that possibility space. Yeah, go ahead, sis.
but first, there was a very tough lesson I needed to learn that it was I needed to learn how to be happy with myself and
Mhm.
not feel loneliness. Because
Yeah.
sometimes I used to reach out to people when I was lonely just to feel a
Hmm.
space.
Hmm.
And now I can enjoy just being by myself. And I have more people around. Like if I don't want to be alone, I just reach out the phone and they're there. But if I
Yes.
need to stay home and
Yeah.
watch a movie, I am happy.
Yeah.
Before it was like I am by myself, I'm alone. I need
Yeah.
to be around people just not to feel the void.
Yeah.
Now I don't feel the void anymore. I just fill it up with
Mm.
the stuff that I love. And if
Yeah.
there's something fun to do, that's fine. If not, I'm still happy. That was one
Mhm.
of the toughest lessons, to learn.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I guess that may help me choose better.
Well,
Like I don't choose for
absolutely.
necessity. I choose, you
Ooh,
know,
that's
for
good.
alignment,
Yeah.
for fun, for a
Yeah.
nice conversation, for a warm talk, a coffee
Yes.
chat. But
Oh,
it doesn't have to be something that fills up a space anymore.
girl, look, look, somebody, I'm gonna type that in there. I don't choose for necessity. Girl, that was powerful. Do you know, do you know how powerful that was? I don't choose for necessity. That was so powerful.
No,
Because
yeah.
you've learned how to embrace that fear. You feel it now. You examine it, right? And when we examine it, we can embrace it and we don't fear it as much. You accept that it's there, right? And you allow yourself to feel it as opposed to suppressing it or allowing someone to talk you out of or into whatever. And that's when you can release it. And you're doing that now, Laura. Oh, girl, I love it. I
I
love
just
it.
learned to find stuff that I enjoy because I was married for a very long time. And for me, when I divorced and just being, with the emptiness that you feel
Yeah.
for not having a partner, then it just got me in the wrong ways. But
Mhm.
like right
Yeah.
now, it is like I'm on myself and I'm like, what do I feel like doing? Maybe I want a garden. Okay, I'm gonna change the plants or, you know, rearrange the stuff in my bedroom, maybe paint a piece of furniture. I always have something in my mind that I
Yeah.
would like to do when I'm alone. So if I have
Mm.
something else, then I do. But if not, I always have a plan that I enjoy. And
Yeah.
that helped me. It is like something that I learned that is always in the back of my mind. So it's never an empty space. I always have
Yeah.
something that I like to do, pet my dog or go out for a walk. There's
Mm-hmm.
always something nice to do with myself. And if
Mm-hmm.
I can share, time with somebody else, I do it. If not, that's perfectly fine. It is
Yeah.
not easy, but just one day I woke up and I just felt that it was okay to be alone,
Yeah.
maybe with
Yeah.
a glass of wine because that helps too. But
Yeah.
anyway, that's a good, just a
Yeah.
nice glass of Malbec and a good
Yes.
movie is just the best companion.
Girl.
But, it just happened,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
enjoying cooking
Absolutely.
for myself, doing something nice for me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
that's
Right.
what that it helped me.
Mm-hmm.
I just, go through that void that
Yeah.
slowly started shrinking. And I
Yeah.
just didn't feel like that. Sometimes I used to feel like it was a black hole, right
Mm-hmm.
here,
Yeah.
just an existential pain of
Yeah.
it. And I realized that, you know, we come along, we live alone, so we better have ourselves, you know.
Right. And that was the thing. I had to get to that place finally. And I think that's literally when God dropped my husband into my lap, where I was finally okay being alone, being in my space, right? Not having, just that desperation or a
Mhm.
need to exist for someone else, but just finding like it was like I had started practicing just that being space and I wasn't even cognizant of it,
Mhm.
and it's literally getting into finding that space that is where the empowering starts. That's why, I talk a lot about three phases. A lot of people just talk about two phases of the unbecoming to becoming, right? And it's more there's a third phase, right? Because we're not always becoming. There is an ability to find your soul's purpose, right? And learn how to be, right? So I talk a lot about unbecoming or to become wait unbecoming to becoming
Yes,
and then
exactly.
to arriving at that just be spot. And that is everything. That is what is so important for us to realize. Yes, life, we have a soul journey and we're constantly moving and evolving, and that's a part of life. But you can reach a place where you understand finally what is that joy, unspeakable joy. What is that peace that transcends all understanding? That's the being phase. That's the be phase, right? It's where we can elevate in our presence, in our energy, in our vibrational level, in our soul level, because all that's contained, we can get to that space where it's like you're no longer seeking to become anything else. You found who your soul was meant to be.
Yes, one thing that really helped me do that, it was all the work that I did with the horses, not just riding,
Mm.
but I did a lot of encounter with horses, like leadership, and a lot of those trainings. One of the things that I learned is that the horses are very spiritual beings, and
Yes, they are.
they can feel your essence and
Hmm.
your um the status that you're in right there before you actually ride them. So the
Yes.
same horse that I would ride one day and it was soft and nice, the other day was a pile of nerves. And my teacher told me that's
Mhm.
because you're not in a good space and you're trying to fake being okay. And the horse, he sees that you're
Mm.
not congruent with what you are trying to show him with what he feels. So unless you're true to yourself, so she told me to do something. Like
Yeah.
one day I had a very crappy day and I needed to go to my class and I said, you know what, horse? I am in a very bad day. Please be patient. This has been a crap. I had lots of problems. So I'm going to write, basically, I'm going to write very bad, but just be
Yeah, yeah.
patient with me. So then when I just acknowledged that I was not doing good, because it is okay. I mean, we don't have to fake being good. We can say, we can
Yes.
try to, you know, do something that makes us feel better. But you can
Yes.
say, okay, I'm having a bad day today. I am feel lost.
Yeah.
I'm crampy. My
Yeah.
head hurts. And then when
Yeah.
I would ride that horse saying, okay, buddy, this is terrible today. Just please help me out. I know I'm not a good place. Then the horse will help me. And sometimes
Yes.
I will lose a step and he will just guide me, you know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's when I learned to be true no matter what, started
Yes.
learning, right? That, it is okay to be happy, to be wonderful. And one day you feel like, crappy, and that's fine too, as far
Yes.
as you acknowledge it, you know? So that
Mm.
that work really helped me be true to
Yeah.
myself, because if not, he will just try to get rid of me. He's like,
Girl,
I don't like you today.
oh,
Get
that
out.
is, yes, girl, and I love horses. So, I mean, and you're right. It's like, we, these animals have such purity and insight. And when you look into the horse's eyes, it's like it literally pierces the soul. Like I feel that immediately soul connection, like we were talking at the top of our conversation about just finding these soul connections, right? These and not just superficial. I remember who was it? I think it was Brandy S. Jones in her candid conversation. We were talking about how, like relationships that she allows into her life now, it's for a purpose, right? It's for a reason because I think you get in, you reach this space and place in your life where you start to operate with more wisdom, one.
Mm,
And and when you're on this purpose journey and you've had these these spiritual these soul revelations, it's you understand who gives you energy, who speaks life into you, and who takes or drains it, right? Or brings the negative energy. And so it's so important and animals even carry that, right? Because they're God's creation too. So, yeah, horses just so therapeutic for me. I love riding horses and yeah, and just yeah, even beachfront, waterfront, like helping. I love horseback riding on the beach.
yes, and I did a lot of
Mhm.
therapy with healing therapy with horses. Like one day was like a leadership course that, you had free horses and
Hmm.
you were supposed to actually guide them. They
Yes.
were supposed to follow you because when you have a goal and they feel that you know where you're going, they always want to go, behind somebody who knows where to go and is going to keep them safe. So when
Yes.
I went inside where the horse were, suddenly they were all running away. And I
Yes.
started crying. I said, nobody loves me. Not even the horses. Everybody rejects me.
Oh,
And
girl.
so the person that was, doing the
Hmm.
seminar, he said, okay, what are you thinking right now? That you're not
Yes.
worth it, that you don't know where to go. Okay, just breathe and just think about a place where you want to go. Like they said,
Mm-hmm.
that tree over there, love that tree. And this is the best place you're going to be, and you're going to go there with all, your soul, feeling that this is the
Yeah.
best place you could ever be. And just
Yeah.
walk and
Yeah.
breathe. And then I started walking to that tree like if it was, a paradise, like an oasis. They
Yeah.
started following me. And then, first of all,
Wow.
they just ran away. And then they started lining up. And then they took a picture of me. And I was walking, and they were one after the other ones after
Yeah.
me. They said, you see,
Wow.
it is, I mean, when you know where you're going, when you feel sure, and when you trust yourself,
Yes.
they will come, you know,
Girl,
from
that
crying to smiling.
you know what? But that's everything. You literally in that small span of time, in that space, you were able to tap into and heal, that soul hurt, right?
Yeah,
That wound or start the
yeah,
process at the very least. And it's what I talk about, like in my Power Your Soul Pivot, my guided experience, when we talk about adjusting your crown, right? Most of our crowns are sitting sideways, right? And, because we got to pin that bad boy on. And
yes.
it's tied to self-trust, self-worth, self-respect, self-love, right? Self-improvement, self-empowerment. I don't know if you realized it, but just in that one little span of time where you just shared that experience with the horses, you walk through every last one of those. Did you realize that?
No.
You literally walked through every last one of that. So you went there to that place, girl. I'd imagine, say, you were probably carrying your crown. It wasn't even on your head.
Well, but like I said, it is okay. I cried a lot. I felt
Yeah,
completely lost. I felt that everybody
yeah,
was I had to be in that place and,
yeah,
come through it. Just say,
yeah,
okay, Laura, what do you want to do? Are you going to do that again so everybody keeps running away? Or
yeah,
maybe that teacher is telling you something that you
yeah,
need to. I had tons of teachers in my life, and each
yeah.
one came exactly in the moment telling me stuff that I needed to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And that time it was like rejection.
Mm-hmm.
And when I said, well, I know where I'm going, and people
Yes.
will come, horses
Yeah.
will come if they want to.
Right.
And then it just happened. It was
Mm.
like, this is the state of mind. I need to try to feel it and, you know, uh, whenever I feel lost, come back to it. Just get
Mm-hmm.
an imprint in my soul of how it felt to go there with a mission and having Eldom guided and try to, whenever I feel lost,
Mm.
get back to that feeling.
I love it.
Just
Yeah.
little assets that I have in drawers that maybe
Yeah.
you can pull whenever you need them. It
I
doesn't
was,
mean that
yeah.
sometimes you forget where they are, and like it
Mm-hmm.
happened to me half of the
Right.
year, I had no clue where the drawers were. But
No,
then I started,
yeah. No, I love that. I love that because, there are various ways, right? There's no one size fit all. And yeah, let's talk about that. So let's put a pin in that for a second. But there's not a one size fit all. So you have your things, the things that you found that tapped in that helped to free your soul or, or at least to get you breathing again, right? To walk you toward freedom. And that's what we all have to find, right? That's what's so important because the soul speaks to us, the spirit it leads us and guides us, right? And gives utterance to our soul so we can then we have to move into action is the bottom line. We have to listen, to bring that voice conscious and then act on it. And I would dare say right now, if your soul, could speak freely, which it does now, obviously, What would it say about where you
apparently.
are right now?
Yes,
Yeah.
apparently.
What would
Well,
it say, sis?
yes, but also,
Hmm.
um, I went through that, what they call the dark night of the soul, where I
Yeah.
really, I guess I read that not all the people have to go through that. Some people learn other ways. But I guess I needed to go through that and just feel it completely in my body where I thought there was nothing else for me. Like life
Mm-hmm.
wasn't worth living anymore
Mm-hmm.
until I could just start reaching out,
Yeah.
and not just thanks to people, but I started kind of cataloging those drawers and see what can I use now to start
Yeah.
getting out of this phase. And
Yeah.
it took a while. And now looking it back, it was the transformation, like, the butterfly. I was the caterpillar. I was back to the caterpillar in the beginning, and little by little I started, and it
Yeah.
took a while, and it was
Yeah.
okay. It was hard. It wasn't easy at all. But now
Yeah.
I just feel it was such a blessing for me to go through that, because I
Yes.
learned so much. I learned priorities. I learned to trust myself again. I have people around me that, you know, they're just lovely, and I just enjoy, and they help me
Yeah.
so much, and that it was necessary for me. So, like, if
So
anybody
good.
is going through that void,
Yes.
darkness, that it, it is not going to last forever, if
Yeah.
you just transcend it and see that this is just part of the going down, head down to a roller coaster time, but then there's always a comeback up.
Girl,
You can
yes.
see that sometime, it's going to go back up to throw you back down again, but at least, you're going to go back up sometime.
Yes.
Um,
I
just to
love it.
see that as part of c'est la vie,
Yeah. Mhm. C'est la
you know?
vie. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely, girl. I love that. I love that. And kind of, because I want to spend a little bit more time here, but anybody who is here also, because I want to integrate the audience. So team, if y'all can make that happen for anyone who wants to come up to the stage, and then we'll bring up Ludi next. And Ludi, I don't know, you might want to come up to the stage now too, girl. But feel free to raise your hand and we'll bring you up. We'll spotlight you and let you join in on the conversation. Share, just what has resonated with you or what thread do you want to pull from this conversation that Laura and I have been having. Feel free to raise your hand, come up into the spotlight. Hopefully I'll be able to see that. Y'all just ping me, team. But while you're doing that, Laura, if you would share also, because we talked about just the business that you're building, Firefly Solutions, your natural wellness, the meditation project that you and Jackie did together. If feel free to talk about that and just kind of share, you know, the why behind it, the reason, the need you felt, and how that's tied to your purpose. Hmm.
Well, the first one, the Natural Wellness Club, I started it because one of the things that really helped me start getting back in touch with myself was nature. Like, you see the animals, and I like to be outside, and I did like plant therapy, and so I said, this is like the crazy story that when it was in the pandemic, I have the blessing that I live in a building where there is like a space, like a common space with trees and palms, and there was a special
Oh,
one tree. One
yeah,
day
yeah,
I was desperate because in Argentina we had like 1 year quarantine and we couldn't get out. I
yes.
just couldn't be anymore. And I went to to that little park that we have in the back, and I just hugged the tree. Like the crazy
Girl,
woman hugging the tree.
no, but let's talk about that
Just,
too. Hmm. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I just felt a connection,
Yeah.
and it's a living thing, and it calmed me down. So then I would
Mm,
just go and sit under the tree and read, and I would
mm,
just feel energy,
mm,
and it just helped me go through the rest of the pandemic, because
Mhm.
of that connection. And every time I felt bad, I would just go and hug the tree. So I said, there
Mhm.
must be something here. So I started the Natural Wellness Club in order to um, show like natural, um, not remedies, but products that are all based in organic, also cruelty free because I love animals. And I realized that every time I wanted to buy something, I needed to do a lot of research
Mhm.
because even though they put labels, they're not all, you know,
Mhm. Yeah.
bound to what they said. So I said, if somebody else is like me that wants to go natural and use products that are basically from nature, I can do the research
Mhm.
and they would just see, the products there that I post, as an affiliate. So that's how I started, and it was very nice. But
Mhm.
then I started thinking about that this is very nice too, but I wanted to go one step beyond that, and I started helping women.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
what are our pains and aches, and what things we are ashamed of, putting out there,
Right.
and things we hide. And since I'm a physical therapist, and I was in the United States for a long time, and I had my own clinic of women's health and incontinence and post-pregnancy issues. And I used to work there, and I said, well, it's been a long time that, I mean, I have all that knowledge, and I know
Right.
this is a very touchy subject. Sometimes, um, we care about so many things, and then we also have to care that our body is not working fine, and
Yep.
and some of my patients said, they were in a conference and suddenly they realized they need to run to the bathroom because,
Yeah.
leakage happened. And I said,
Yeah.
how unempowering is that?
Yeah.
And I say, I can help people from that point, to just regain confidence on their body and just, embrace and heal
Mhm.
that issue that is also so taboo. So I decided to I am in
Mhm.
starting building it, the Firefly Solutions, where I provide my knowledge and
Yeah.
tips. And, I'm writing a course, for everything to go natural with exercises and, what to drink, what not to drink to, start overcoming that issue. So, and that was another thing that I
I
just
love
found
it.
out this year after my dark night of the soul,
Yeah.
that I wanted to use what I know to help
Yeah.
others, So it
Yeah.
was a strange year. Yes. You wanted to
Yeah.
go back to hugging the tree, right?
Say again? Oh,
You
hugging the
wanted to
tree.
go back to
Yeah,
hugging the tree.
girl, but like look, I keep trying to put pins and things, and we'll see if I remember them or not. But I do want to go back to the tree. But you just this is why it's so important to have these candid conversations, because so many of us, like, we just suffer in silence. I mean, that's a real thing. We don't share our pain because we feel like it's a sign of weakness, or it makes us feel less than or whatever. And if we just had these conversations, if we just came into communities like this and we had these truthful, real, candid conversations, we could avoid, we can, one, solve so many issues. And, hey, oh, I just saw Looney pop in. We could solve so many issues. We could, it's just so many things we could address together, right? We could not only self-empower, and self-improve, but our energy coming together, right? Our
Yeah.
ideas, our thoughts, our conversations. Like, literally, if you look, and y'all, I promise this, I did not plan this season. I did not plan this season at all. I literally had conversations with people. Now, whether or not they realized we were just having a candid conversation in my coffee chats, that's what I
Mhm.
do. I don't go in with an agenda, because when you go in with an agenda, you can miss the blessing. Right. So this season came to be because of a community that I was in, and I just had coffee chats with women, and I had a soul connection, right? We found synergy. It was all about love, right? It was real talk. It was taking off the mask, conversations. That's how this season formed. And when you look at, like, the subject matter, literally from day one to day 25, it's all connected. It all fits together. Conversation you can pick up, like it was like we were all literally having a candid conversation together, and just these storylines and strings appeared. And if this season didn't do anything for anyone else, which I know is not true, then it should have it started a healing process, right? Or identification of the soul hurts, right? Given the revelation, right? So that you can start to reconcile. And I'm telling you, with the expertise that was on this season, I mean, the reconciliation process should already be began for some people, right? So that then we can come to like this space and literally celebrate our renaissance, our newness, our rebirth, wherever that is. And some people might be ahead of others. Some people might just be at the starting line. Because I remember we had a conversation. You were like, well, what am I going to talk about? I'm just starting. And I'm like, let your soul speak. Because what you said was
Yeah,
the exact place. That was your purpose. That was the purpose you
yeah,
served, for people who are thinking about it, who are trying to embrace, that fear, and make it their ally to step out. That was
yeah.
your.
One just last thing because I want to let somebody else talk.
Yeah, yeah.
A space that is so safe that you can say about your pains, your fears,
Mhm.
and nobody's going to use them against you. So
Yes.
that is like a place where you can say, all your doubts, and there's going to be a community that is going to help you with advice or heal them or just support, but you will never feel that you're opening because you are scared of opening up for what
Yeah.
other people can do. So if it's safe enough so you can open up and tell me
Mhm.
what is your pain point and I want to help you and everybody else wants to help you,
Yeah.
then it's just an awesome way,
Yeah.
safe space. And I mean, you gave me that safe space to me because if
Mhm.
not, I wouldn't have come out just
No.
saying, everything. But I guess that's one of the things I want to work up,
Yeah.
that having women tell me and you say, okay, I hear you. Let's
Yeah.
do something to make it better, you know?
Yes. Oh, I
So
love it, girl. I
that's
love
it.
it. And just real quick before we bring up Ludi Hanson,
Yeah, yeah.
the tree hugging thing, folks. It's called the tree of life for a reason. It is literally called the tree of life for a reason. And so when you do the research, that direct connection, the roots, it's the grounding, right? It's that energy flow. When you step onto a hug a tree, or step onto a branch, or in that vicinity, onto the root is what I'm trying to say. If you can step onto
Hmm.
that branch, you're good.
Yep.
But literally, you're connecting your energy to it. And we don't understand that. That's why I love just like that we did have so many conversations that took us back to energy or were based on energy, and just that we don't understand we're energetic beings, right? We get caught up with just what we can see, with the flesh part, right? And the blood part, right? But we don't
Hmm.
understand that we are literally without that energy piece. All of that would not exist. So it's just wrapping our minds around that and understanding just how integral we are, or how a part of creation we are. We are creation itself, and that's why I talk about that. In my Power Your Soul Pivot experience, we need to get back to understanding who we are. Who we are, the power that is in us and that flows through us. Like literally, we can literally manifest our own health and wellness, right? We
Yep.
don't understand that, and I'm sure Ludi's gonna bring some of that up too. And I know Laura, with your Natural Wellness Club, I mean, you guys feel free to speak to that as well. But yeah, so that's why I wanted to get back to that tree hugging thing. And it was one other thing I couldn't remember, but I don't know, it'll probably come back up.
I
Like,
looked crazy though, but I okay.
you know what? Sometimes you have to just look crazy. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Yep.
Laura, Girl, thank you so much, Laura.
Thank you.
I loved having yet another candid conversation with you. You know, you just keep it real, 100% of the time. And I love you. I adore you for it. And, I just bless you. I bless your Natural Wellness Club business, Firefly Solutions that's coming up. Feel free to drop in your link. Well, actually, the team can drop it in, or it's on the hub, folks. So you can connect all our stuff on the hub as well. So that beautiful hub that my husband made. So, sis, do you have any
Yes.
final words you want to share before we bring Ludi Hanson into the spotlight?
No, no, no. I want to let Ludi continue with the talk, but thank you so much for letting my soul speak. I
Mhm.
didn't know it was there, and you just, released it. And there it goes, Laura. Crazy soul.
There goes Laura. I love it. I love it. Well, thank
Thank
you for
you.
saying, sis,
No, thank you.
and to God be glory. My pleasure. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, Ludi, you want to come on up to the stage, girl? How's everybody doing? Drop in the chat. I am gonna let us take a break, or as you need to take your bio breaks, do you? This isn't a classroom; it's candid conversation. So,
Yeah.
feel free to drop into chat any questions you might have. If you don't want to come up to the stage, if you eventually want to come up to the stage, even if you weren't a spotlight in this season, we can bring you on up, right, we are no respecter of person. We're just celebrating the ladies who were a part of the season 2 of Define Your Path podcast and Candid Conversations TV, but we are celebrating all women rising because as we shared at the top, we should be celebrated every day of the week, if you ask me. Not just one day in one month. Oh, okay, so where's Ludi? Is Ludi Hanson
I'm
here?
here. I'm
Hey,
here.
girl, hey. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I was like
Yeah.
running in and out of the room, and I was like, oh, wait, I better get on here.
Girl, you know what? God bless you. And I just appreciate y'all so much. I just love y'all. And that's why I told the ladies, we know it's the holiday season. This is our first season doing this Advent calendar celebration and having a celebration during the year. And so, we appreciate y'all just sacrificing. We appreciate and love the families, the husbands, and all that. So give them our love and appreciation.
Yeah.
But
He's snoozing in the recliner right now, somewhere in the
well,
other room.
there you go. Even better.
He's been crazy, crazy busy.
Yeah, girl. Yes. So my best to you and the great state
Yeah.
of Arizona. What's going on with you out there, girl? What's
Oh,
happening in your world?
it was just a fun, fun Christmas with the grandkids. They were so much fun. Um,
Mm,
we were really surprised. I have to say that our 9-month-old grandbaby was so into it, and he was
mm,
so cute. He would just go, big, his big happy smile. He'd
yeah.
imitate sounds. He'd go at the presents. We didn't expect that from him, so it was
Yeah.
really fun.
Yes. Oh, I
And I'm still
love
on
it.
a high from that. So
Girl, you know what? And that's the thing, that's that joy that the holiday seasons can bring, from this that love connection we have,
yeah,
with the grandbabies, with the little ones, and just life, when you allow yourself to enjoy it. Because I know as Laura shared, as I've shared, like this year, there were a lot of highs. There were a lot of highs, a lot of lows, a lot of mids, all that in between stuff. But this year for my husband and I was just really showed miraculous things also,
yeah,
right? And it's learning how to ebb and flow with that,
mhm.
and so. I know you are a mother, your grandma, you are just doing everything. I think you're contracting right now and you're lifting your own business. But when you said yes to you, when you
Mhm.
chose you, it was like an explosion in your world. You've been on
Yeah.
podcasts, you've been on magazine. Folks, this is literally in less than 6 months. What,
Yes,
when did this,
absolutely.
was it September, October? I don't even know, girl. Every time I turn around, Ludi Hanson, Ludi Hanson.
Uh, Yeah, just opportunity kept coming and I grabbed it. So
Girl,
we're good. And my
you,
newest one, I'll be on Dr. Alan Leica's radio,
yeah,
syndicated radio show. I don't have the date for it yet, but
yeah,
that was a great conversation and fun to be a part of as well.
yo,
So
awesome.
just getting the news about Ludi's revival out there.
Yeah,
So I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it grows this year. So,
yes,
and that's with you guys' help for sure. I couldn't do
yeah.
it without you.
Oh, girl, bless you, bless you. And it's been our joy and our absolute pleasure. You're just such a godsend. Like when you are stepping out there in faith, and literally, as my husband and I, well, as you know, and probably because we're open books, but as we've shared, this beginning of this year, we literally stepped out in faith, and we started our traveling business ministry. And just this movement, and it was all just complete obedience. It's like my husband has these vivid dreams, and I mean, it's like that stuff be all is, yeah, he has a direct
Yeah.
connection. So we just started kind of prepping and moving in that way at the beginning of the end of last year. But literally, just that obedience activated, and yes, it was sacrificial. Yes, it has been sacrificial, but because we are walking in our purpose, and we know it clearly now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, and how we're supposed to serve, and that, loving on
Yeah.
people, and creating that safe haven. I'm seeing the same thing with you. And it's like that activation, right? We might not know what it's going to look like, and we might have certain plans, but when we just lean into that faith and that trust, and we're operating with hope, and we move into action, it's like literally, it's like rocket fuel. It's
Yeah.
so crazy how quickly that happens. And it's so powerful. So
Yeah.
I want to just feel free to talk about that, just kind of like your ebbs and flows. How did you lean into your faith, trust, whatever?
Yeah. Well, I sort of had to get thrown back into work after not working for a
Hmm.
while. And it all just sort of came together as I realized I didn't enjoy certain things. Well,
Hmm.
yeah, that's probably about right. And
Yeah.
ultimately, you helped me get through some of that um, resentment I had, things like
Mm.
that,
Yeah.
and let it go. It's like, hey, I can't keep hanging on to it. I need to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
And that was a big change for me.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
accepting, s- s- uh, death of both my parents within like 16 days and things like that just sort of were eating at me and
Hmm.
different things going on and I just I needed you guys and you fell
Oh.
in my lap.
Oh.
So yeah.
Hmm.
And helped me in the process of determining where I wanted my life to go. So and that's how Ludi's revival came about. And I love the name, by the way, Sam.
That was my husband came up with that. Oh, he is such a gift,
And
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 just
and
go
this
ahead.
is the logo he created for me over here. Right
Yeah.
there. See? There it is.
It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And girl, and now you're just running. It's like your soul is free. And
Yes.
that's what it's about. It's about understanding the essence of who you are, and who you are meant to be, who you were called to be, how you're meant to serve in this world. And we have to go through so much. And it's just like I would say, it's that walking through the fire, and it's that whole, walking through the valley of shadow of death, and all of these things,
Yeah.
right? Those dark night, those dark moments of the soul, that dark nights of the soul that Laura was talking about earlier. It's the journey, it's the soul journey,
Hmm.
that is just such a powerful one. And after you and I have this conversation, hopefully, if Beth, because Beth Krause, she just had a book release, Take Out the Trash, and she's I want to bring her up next as well.
Yeah.
But and even her story, just dark nights of the soul leading you, it's the
Hmm.
pain to purpose story. And it's
Yeah.
so powerful. And you've walked through a lot of stuff with your daughters, and and just
Mhm.
losing your parents and then your mother-in-law. Girl,
It was
most
one.
people,
It was
most
one right after the other. It just kept happening, and
girl, most people be face down.
they intertwined, and then I think things were getting better, and then boom again. And
Yeah.
so it was
But you
just
know what blows my mind about you, Ludi? And this is just real talk. You you suffered with agoraphobia.
mhm.
And for people
Yep.
who don't know what that is, there's no judgment. Um, it, you didn't go outside, right? Yeah, let me let you
Only
tell
to
yours.
doctor's appointments, only to take my daughter to her cancer treatments and my own doctor appointments. Yeah.
Why? So how did the agoraphobia set in, or how did it start?
It started when shortly after, like within a week after my daughter being diagnosed with cancer, I pretty much just got pushed out of my job, and I ultimately, that was what spiraled me down,
Mm,
because my job was, in my mind, my purpose, and it's like I had no purpose anymore.
mm,
So even though I was caring for my own daughter and everything that was going on, ultimately had just felt like I was worthless. That's what
yeah,
it boiled down to. I felt worthless, and I'd
yeah,
always been, the one that worked 10, 12 hours a day and
yeah,
just kept going, going, going. And I spent nights at work on occasion over my lifetime of working.
yeah,
And just because I would work so
yeah,
much, and it's like, oh, it takes an hour to drive home, so I'll just stay here. And it's just
yeah,
crazy, crazy, crazy. Workaholic. I took my
girl,
dad's side of my of life. So
yes, yeah,
um, but yeah, that's how it all started. And I would have panic attacks when I'd try to go out. I'd
mm,
drive toward like my work route, and I'd just freak out. And it was
mm,
just sort of like, you know what? I couldn't even, I wouldn't, to this day, I think I've been in a grocery store maybe 3 times still since
wow,
2022. I
really,
still struggle to
yeah, yeah,
go public, um, in-person shopping, things like that. I'm slowly starting to get myself out there to do that. Um,
mm.
Typically not alone. I'm usually with a family member still.
Well, and that goes to the not alone,
Mhm.
conversation that Laura and I, were
Yeah.
having in our segment. It's important, whether it's family or it's community or whether it's chosen family, right?
Yeah.
And so it's so important. I didn't realize that you were still struggling with that,
Yeah.
what you just shared. And one of the beautiful things that just popped into my soul when you were sharing that, this is why, for better or for worse, we are married to the online world.
Yes. Very much so.
I
I
I'm
did so much
honestly,
shopping this year
y-
online.
you know, I and for me, it is a better thing because you can meet. I wouldn't have met you. I wouldn't have
Yeah.
met Beth. I wouldn't have met Laura. I wouldn't have met any of these women
Right.
who were a part of season two had it not been for the online world. And so this is why I love that, just with, the joining of my husband and what we do and bringing our businesses together, like
Yeah.
literally we are empowering women to celebrate and stand up in the online world, you know, and allow their light to shine, right? To be the light and love walkers in whatever part of the garden that they are, or,
Yeah.
or supposed to be in and serve. And it's a way of connecting. Even like Kate Simpson and I had a fascinating conversation. If you guys haven't seen her episode, our candid conversation, I think it was, because we went all the way in on energy. Uh, and like the spiritual connection and
Mhm.
faithful spiritual, all of that. But it's so important because we don't realize even just having this conversation with you guys right now,
Yeah.
there's an energy exchange happening. There's power that's happening. There's soul connection that's happening. And there are things happening on a spiritual level that we don't even understand. And that,
Mhm.
and we're recording this. So when it's out there and it can touch people, we don't understand the power of hearing someone else's story or sharing our
Yeah.
story, right?
Yeah.
Telling our story, embracing that fear, again, making it our ally to power our soul pivots, to, give us that soul freedom, that business freedom, where we can literally reach around the world and reach the masses. It's so powerful. Girl, thank you for sharing that because
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. I mean, I used to just be always out there. I mean, even like day after Thanksgiving, I was in the
Yeah,
stores, standing in lines. I didn't care. I chatted up everybody, you know? And that was just me. I was that outgoing
yeah,
person. So this is a big change for me.
yeah,
And I love the online world because it's getting me back to that interaction that I thrive and I I I crave. I crave it
yes,
and I enjoy it and it's helping me want to get back out. I do a lot more in-person stuff now, networking, things like that.
yeah,
So just
so
getting
good.
connected and meeting one-on-ones in coffee shops, things like that. So yeah, I'm getting
Yeah,
there.
yay, yay, yay. I
Still hate
love it. I
shopping.
love it. I love it. And that's probably one of those tips that Sam shared with you in one of your coaches or some one of your mentor sessions. But just get out there, have coffee, go
Mm-hmm.
to networking events,
Yep.
and
Yep.
yeah, and just start filling your way, whatever's comfortable with you. And this is why
Mm-hmm.
we share and teach the way we do. It's not about selling yourself.
Mm-mm.
That's transactional. That's not sustainable. It's about serving, right?
Yeah.
When we think about literally just the principles of this earth, that the way we started, right? What God intends for us is to serve each other, come into community,
Yeah.
not harm each other or all in these various ways or in these man-made constructs or what have you that
Mm-hmm.
that we built out of unhealthy competition and seeking of power, right?
Yeah.
And so I love that you have come into community, you're going out, you're stepping out as in your comfort zone and
Yeah.
don't let anybody tell you what you're supposed to be doing. Oh, I just remember that pin from Laura's conversation.
Yes.
There is not one size that fits all.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
There is
Yeah.
not one size that fits all. It's you find and operate and follow your flow of
Yes.
what was intended and meant for you. And that's why it's so important to tap into that divine connection and let the spirit speak to you and
Yeah.
lead you and guide you into all truth and understanding your truth, right? To help you understand, like, what was your soul called for? Why
Yeah.
are you here? What is your purpose? What is and understanding all of that, it's so powerful, sis. And I love
Yeah.
seeing you shining and just how quick it took off.
Started getting my confidence back. That was probably the biggest piece. And
Mhm.
yeah, and enjoying my 34-year career job again. Actually working with individuals, and
Yeah,
um, I just I love the elderly population and whatever they might be um, having issues with. Laura and I are
yeah,
both in the therapy world. I'm a speech
yeah.
pathologist. She's a physical therapist. Very good connection there we made.
Hmm.
And it just phenomenal. And it's it it's getting to know the people I've gotten to meet online, like you said earlier,
Yeah,
has made a big difference in me.
yeah.
And then when I started getting back and talking, I like couldn't talk. I was like, I can't say my thought. I can't
Yeah.
do this. It's been able now there I can, I still get stuck, but hey, I'm 61 as of 2 days ago. Anyway,
Girl,
um,
no, you are not.
I am.
Girl, you are wearing that.
I am. And yeah, so there's a little bit of word finding going on, but hey, I'm working on that too.
Girl, you know what? Happy, happy birthday.
Yes. So excited
Yeah,
about, things to come
yeah,
and enjoying sharing it.
yeah,
So that's what I'm
yeah.
really liking.
You know what? I love it. And I love what you do. And Ludi, I don't know, are you going to be, I know you said the hubby is knocked out in the chair right now. Are you going to be able to hang out a little bit? Because I also
Yeah.
want to make sure we get Beth in because Beth is
Oh
hosting
yeah,
like 40 people. But I
absolutely.
want you to also just talk about just like your health and wellness piece
Mm, yeah.
and just like what you're doing, girl, because look, we I might need to share that with mom. Just that BRN, I think it was, is what pops into my head. So
Yeah, yeah. So, I became a firm believer in holistic health and wellness.
yes.
And I, one of the things that really helped me, I did not like being on substance controlled medication for anxiety and depression. And I just could not. Um, I was like, I've got to get off of this stuff. I don't want to rely
Yeah.
on it for my entire life. And
Yeah.
so, I found here, it'll be backwards. No, no, it's not backwards.
Okay.
Okay. So I
Okay.
found these
Yeah.
supplements, and this
Okay.
one's called Happy. Well,
Okay.
Happy there.
Mm-hmm.
But they're just I take like 6 different drops in the morning.
Yeah.
One's for my blood pressure, one's for my blood sugar, one's
Yeah. Yeah.
for my anxiety, and other is just well-being and immunity support, and then
Yeah.
pain.
Yeah.
So those have allowed me to get out and about better, and I'm down to taking only the medication I was taking before this all started,
Mm.
which all initiated with they gave it to me for arthritis, like duloxetine, and
Yeah.
they're not even like the real anxiety medications or things like that, but
Mm-hmm.
it duloxetine and what's the other one? Celebrex. So,
Mm-hmm.
and those are two that I take for pain, and they sort of help me want to be
Mm-hmm.
involved in life.
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they, I mean, if I don't take it, I am like want to stay in bed. So, but I was on 4 other ones in
Yeah.
addition to that, which I'd been taking for years upon years, mainly for
Yeah.
the aches and pains of being an athletic
Yeah.
collegiate athlete and not taking care of myself afterwards,
Mm-hmm.
being that
Yeah.
weekend warrior and
Girl, yes.
ripping and tearing shoulders and all that kind of stuff. So I just have the constant aches and pains from that
Yeah.
kind of stuff,
Yeah.
and these drops take that away and
Wow.
just allow me to, the whole family's gotten sick. I've been in
Yeah.
the midst of it all, and I don't get sick anymore because I take the
Wow.
immunity one that they offer. So these
Mm.
drops are fantastic.
Oh, amazing.
And I don't know that I could do without them anymore. So the best
Girl.
part is they're all natural. They're plants.
Mm.
They're from the DNA of a plant. So
Wow.
um, I'm out there sharing that information as well.
So
So
powerful.
they're phenomenal. And Laura, I hope you get yours soon. I noticed they were somewhere. It's
You
taken
know,
2 months so far to get into
oh, to get to
Argentina.
Argentina. Oh, wow. Well, yes.
Well,
Well,
it's
we're
the end of the world where I live. Sorry.
I did see that it was in customs somewhere. I was
yeah.
tracking it, but anyway,
Oh,
uh,
wow.
just good stuff.
Yeah.
And I I even have given some to like my little nephew,
Yeah.
my grandson. Whew,
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
head goes. Um, and he was just a dream child during Christmas, and he's not one that
Mm.
likes to share a lot because he's an only child. So
Yeah.
he took the one that was for relaxing and just kind of
Yeah.
calming, and
Wow.
he was amazing. And yeah, there's drops for just about every potential ailment you might have, but the one
Mm.
you're thinking of is the BRN, which is for
Yeah.
cognitive support. So
Yes.
yeah,
Yes. And
yeah, I
folks,
take that one too.
do you? Okay. Yeah. So folks, you can link to the health information that Ludi is talking about.
Yeah.
Lord, look, I need that BRN.
There we go. Yeah, I'll get some to the UK.
Yeah. So yeah, so we'll talk about that. But you can link on to our from the hub is what I'm trying to say from the
Okay.
DYP hub.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ludi, if you can hang out, if I
I
can
will. I'll be in
pull.
and out.
Okay, awesome. I'll pull Beth Kraus in here, and I saw
Yes.
Svina just came in from the Netherlands, so I know they are stepping out of family gatherings. So I just want everybody, have FaceTime. So Ludi, thank you so much, sis. Love you and appreciate you. Let's see. Do we want to bring Beth up? Beth, you want to pop up here real quick, and then we'll get Svina on.
Hello.
Lady, welcome, welcome, welcome.
So good to see all of you.
Yes, girl, it's so great to see you. You look fabulous. So I know you're hosting the party. You always look fabulous, but
Thank you. Yes, yeah, there's behind my door, there's about 40, 45 of my extended family members here.
oh, wow. Well,
So
please,
I got them eating. I
there,
got them eating.
please express our appreciation, our gratitude for them sharing you with us for a little
Yeah.
bit. And I just appreciate the effort and the sacrifice you guys are making to step out of those family gatherings because, we don't take that lightly. And so we're just happy to have you here. You just had a book launch, Take Out the
Yeah.
Trash. And actually, what you do, how you serve, is actually kind of tied. I think Ludi might have been a nice segue also. And we just had such a fabulous conversation about just like, how faith is tied to just healing also and the various pillars. So, girl, whatever you want to share, whatever you're feeling about this year, we just kind of entered in talking about, what's alive in us, what, the ups, the downs, the mids, and just really for me, myself, my husband, this year has really brought some really miraculous things, and the least not at all being connecting with beautiful souls like yours and lifting this project. So
I agree. This is incredible what you and your husband have put together, and I'm just so honored to even be able to be a part of this community and this fantastic lineup of these incredible women. So, I mean, that's been just a treasure and a treat to be part of all of these wonderful women.
oh,
Yeah.
well, we are just so blessed that you said yes, that you are here. You and I had that soul connection. I was saying at the top, when we first started, that literally the choosing, it was like just God brought all of you to me through coffee conversations, and there was like a soul connection. We were just talking about the importance of just having that in life,
Mhm.
and literally just following that leading and that guiding, and how it all ties together. We might have different ways of talking about it or expressing it, but just the power that draws us all together, to connect, to serve, and to be, to come into community, to lift together, to celebrate each other. And just how women in general, we just need to celebrate. We need to celebrate every day.
Right.
That
Yes, definitely. Yeah, no, 2025, I can't believe is even over, first of all. I
where did
mean,
it go?
does everybody else feel like it went fast? Because I feel like it
Super.
just was a blink
Yeah.
and now we're already entering into 2026. So,
Yeah.
but it's been a year of challenges for sure, but um a year of also so many blessings.
Yeah.
And of course, to top it off, finishing the year doing this with all of you, a huge
Yeah,
blessing for
yeah,
sure. So,
yeah. And
yeah.
it's like our territory just keeps expanding.
Hmm.
I think about, a personal story that is just, when I first heard it and I I resonated with it so much, and that was, like the prayer of Jabez, where he prayed to expand my territory, enlarge my coast, and just keep keep me from pain, right? But the pain is the purpose thing, that the
Mm-hmm.
pain leads us to the purpose, to the understanding why, you know why we have to walk through and do what we have to do in life. I walked through so many identity crises because life kept happening to me and I kept having to pivot. And it's funny because literally that's how I got my moniker from a branding coach back in the day, and just and the fact that also I had a background, in music, but it literally connecting all the dots and seeing the work that I've been called to now, which is helping souls pivot. I'm like, oh my goodness, are you serious? But it shows you how like all things work together for good. And I see
Mm,
that with you and just what you shared in your podcast of walking through just the journey of having cancer, and you are
mm,
very real and honest about like how you felt about ringing that bell. I don't know that I ever heard anyone else share that in that way, or have that deep understanding or connection or just realness in that moment, that you shared. And so, yeah, I love, how that you are just
Yeah.
100% real. And yeah.
Yeah. That was a real pivotal moment even in my journey, and I think full circle in understanding why I just really have never talked about my cancer journey and why I hated ringing that bell. And I,
Yeah.
just the struggle of not feeling like I had suffered enough.
Yeah.
Why am I still here when I have helped usher loved ones that have died from cancer into the next into eternity, and just didn't feel like I should, you know,
Yeah.
ring that bell. It wasn't for me to ring, because I wasn't suffering enough. And
Yeah.
yet realizing that no, I am not a victim. I'm a warrior.
Mhm.
And that bell it's for everyone. This
Mhm.
is it is an internal, it's a physical, it's a spiritual um battle that you're fighting, and it never goes away
Yeah.
even when you have 100% conquered it. So I am a conqueror in Christ, no matter if it's on this side of heaven or on the other.
Mhm.
And so that was a pivotal moment of that I could pinpoint why that was such a stone for me, and I had to throw it.
Yeah.
So
Ooh.
yeah, it was really emotional for me when that came to light, when the Holy Spirit just really put that on me. But
Yes.
yeah, it was really, I can't wait for that book. That book is coming this next year.
Yeah.
Another colleague and I are co-authoring a book on that journey. So
Wow. Wow. Do you have a title for it already? What's that called?
we're still going back and
Okay.
forth. I think it's not 100%
Yeah.
solid
Yeah.
yet. So
No
I don't
worries.
want to I don't
No.
want to give it away quite yet.
Don't give it away yet, girl. Don't give it away. When it is, we can just add it
Yeah.
to the hub because that was something else we shared at the top, just for folks. You guys said yes to this journey without even fully knowing or understanding what was to come. And my husband at the top shared like how, we're grandfathering you guys into our trusted DP network that's coming online next year, and just how just this vision, like you guys have planted, you are the seeds that have been planted for other women to step into their power, into their humble greatness, to serve, to say yes to their calling, and to
Mm.
have a conversation, right? Because we all have a seat at the table, right? And this is a mindset, that possibility mindset, that hearing your stories, hearing your realness, your truth, it's so tangible. And just that feeling of feeling like you hadn't suffered enough. How many of us have felt that or thought that, whether we
Mm.
were walking through cancer or something else? you know it's so powerful to hear your truths, and to be empowered now to say yes to sharing your story.
Right.
It's that energy that connects. It's that those souls that you're connecting with. You don't even know who you're gonna affect, like who you're gonna
Well,
heal. Go for it.
right. Well, and hearing, I mean, and reading like what Laura had written in the comments and what Ludi was sharing, and the agoraphobia,
Yeah,
words are struggling. Lack of
we all
sleep
need
over the
BRN.
holidays, ladies. The agoraphobia.
Yeah.
Um, that is more real as I've aged. I've noticed it gets harder, right? But writing my book, the Take Out the Trash, and working on the 5 pillars of health, even for myself. I mean, I don't just teach it. I
Right.
don't just preach it, I live it. Because some days it's hard to do what you're telling your clients, your patients to do, right? And you have to model it. It's just like, thank you, Laura. Yeah, I see that. It's you have to be the model, just like we are for our children. And just like we are in our walk of life, if we're shining the light of Christ, we have to be the model of that. And
Yeah.
so I am no different here than I am in my home, than I am on the street, than I am in my clinic. I have to model what I'm teaching, preaching, saying. So when we're clearing out all of the emotional baggage, when we're clearing out all of the nutritional baggage, when we're clearing out all of the relational baggage,
Mm.
and we have to get that freedom from Christ overall. So, it's all a work in progress. And sometimes it's hourly, sometimes
Yeah.
it's daily, sometimes it's monthly, but
I
we have
love
to
it.
model it.
I love it, girl. You said everything right there. And it's like, you have to walk, whatever you're talking, you need to walk the walk, right?
Mm.
If you're going to talk the talk, right? So, but it's also, I think what prohibits people from doing it is again that soul freedom, that
Yeah.
understanding, right? Reclaiming, reconnecting, reviving, to borrow one of Ludi's terms,
Yeah.
reviving that what has been lost, or that has been disconnected. Whether it's communication, whether it's wellness, whatever, whether it's your faith, whether it's relationships, understanding what gives you life, what serves you, and
Mm.
what doesn't. And I think what I found also in the conversations this season, and I was talking about just how all of them just connected. If I orchestrated this, if I tried to orchestrate this, I couldn't have done it any perfectly. You know, you know,
Right.
it just literally one coffee conversation after another, or putting out a discovery call, and there it is. It's I could not have done this any better. And I didn't. So it just happened. Oh, God just brought it. Just yeah. Anyway, so you were talking about just and all of us have talked about just that natural, reconnecting to nature and the natural
Hmm.
healing, whether it's remedies, whether it's like Laura said, hugging a tree, whether it's sitting under a tree, whether it's, being by the waterside, in the water, because I'm a water baby. I love the beach.
Mm.
It's also important. That's why I love what you do. And then also you have that added benefit. You do, is it blood?
Of the
Blood?
herbals. Oh, and then I
Yes.
do the blood work as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I read blood work. I read labs from a functional perspective versus a clinical perspective.
Mhm.
So instead of looking at numbers of from your lab work from already a sickness perspective, I'm looking at it from narrower margins from a wellness perspective. So you're looking at those from a more personalized number. What is normal for you, not what is normal for the masses that are already in a disease state. So
Mhm.
it's a narrower, smaller margin where you can see patterns and you can see things before they become a disease, a full-blown disease issue, or you can narrow in on somebody that's in that disease state and really get to their root cause, to that pinpoint of what is causing this, when everybody else has told them, oh no, you're fine, because they're in these median normals for everyone else, but it's not normal for you. They're normal for the masses, but they're not normal for you. So why are they basing it on the masses?
Girl,
Come
look,
on now.
Beth, that was fire. Literally, I'm looking at a comment Laura just posted, giving you your flowers on that. It is so interesting. We don't know this stuff. People don't, well, I mean, those of us who have awakened and who have had to walk through this journey or what have you, we understand this and we know this. But even some of us, we're hearing what you just said. We're like, wow, I hadn't thought of it like that.
Mm-hmm.
These are the candid conversations we're not having. People don't
Yeah.
know because constructs keep us from knowing, or,
Mm-hmm.
just our conditioning, our programming, our lack of experience or exposure, just staying in our little bubbles and our little areas, or, because we feel good in this and we just want to stay in this comfortable space. When life happens and we have to deal with things like this, we don't know where to start. And then we just
Right.
start medicating. And I didn't share this when Ludi was talking, but literally, I I was on Deloxetin. When you said that, I was like, oh, I know that.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember what I was on it for. I know I was going through pain, and I think I was dealing with some depression and some other stuff. I think that's what they had me on for all of that stuff. But I love just the work that you do and the ability, the capability that you have to help people in that holistic way and to help them understand what all this means and that you're not just a number. The world has us thinking we're just numbers, and we're not. We're souls.
Yeah. Yeah. And God has put so many things in our path, and we're being conditioned to say, oh no, that won't work. Or no, you can't use that because that might be toxic. Really? Because I think the medication that they're prescribing has already been proven to be toxic. So,
Yes,
I
girl.
see everybody is like laughing and agreeing, but yet we want the quick fix. So we'll take that pill because we'll take the risk versus taking the time.
Oh, oh my gosh, girl, I have goosebumps. Somebody drop that in comments, please. We will take the risk instead of taking the time. Oh, that's powerful. Girl, you need to use that in your marketing and branding somewhere. I don't know. That was powerful. That's real, girl. That is real talk. You're so right. Mm. And I know Elsevina's gonna be coming behind you, and she also has a tie-in to just
Yes.
the natural piece. Oh, I'm telling you again. Look, everything just works together for good.
I
We
know.
were,
I love how all of us, I mean, even coming after Ludi,
yeah.
I'm like, okay, this couldn't have worked out. I mean, I'm just jumping in between family stuff here, and I'm following up after Ludi. This is perfect. And then I saw El Sabina pop on, and I'm like, oh my goodness. All
Girl,
right.
again, and I'm not even gonna lie because of course, just that fleshly thing will enter into us, right? So I'm like, okay, and I was talking to my husband, I was like, we know it's the holidays and ladies, and we were getting messages, love messages, and about just family gatherings or what have you, but it's like folks have been popping in at the perfect time to just add to this candid conversation, just keep that flame burning. So,
Yes,
we love you. We appreciate you so much, sis. I want to just give you the opportunity to share, just what's alive in you right now or anything else that you want to share. If you want to talk, a little bit more about your book or, because I don't know if you need to jump off and you probably need to go eat as
I
well.
do need, I hear them getting restless in the background. So I'm
Okay.
thinking that mealtime has started
All
to
right.
wind down.
All right, girl. All right.
But yeah, and my book is out. It's called Take Out the Trash. It's a faith-filled journey to clear the clutter, cleanse the body and claim your temple.
Yeah.
And in it, it walks through the five pillars of health. It has a whole entire chapter of recipes, and we have made several of them even today and over the Thanksgiving holiday, and they're all thumbs up, even from the littles. And then it
That's
ends
important.
with a call to Christ.
Mm.
So it is
Beautiful.
a journal. It's reflective, and so it's really kind of an all encompassing book. It's a super easy read. It's very short. It's not even very long, but it's 12 chapters of just easy reading and kind of just step by
Yeah.
step what to clear.
Ah,
Um, so that is out there, and it was a nice wrap up to the year. I wanted it done earlier,
yeah,
but my
girl.
timing is not God's timing, and it came
No,
out in time for Christmas. So it
girl,
was
look.
perfect.
You know what? And I have to echo that and co-sign and that whole where there's two or three together touching and agreeing. Same thing. How many of you on this call had plans for something to happen sooner? It happened later and it was the perfect timing. Like this Advent calendar season. Me planning, right, in my flesh and wanting to just, just not understanding the fullness until I did understand the fullness of what, God was doing, what was happening. I wanted this. This was supposed to come out in July or August, somewhere in there. I don't even remember, but it wasn't supposed to happen in my plan in the time, the perfect time that it has in the season of hope, peace, joy, and love. And we wouldn't have been able to platform these beautiful souls with books coming out like Beth, like Yemi Ayeni, who has a book coming out next year, like Zilka, who just, several of us were a part of her anthology project. So timing is perfect. So thank you
Yeah.
so much, Beth. Please thank your hubby. Thank the family.
Yes,
Bless
I
them
will.
for us.
I will. And my heart will be with you guys the rest of
Thank
this
you.
afternoon. And if I can pop back on, I certainly will. But I know it'll be powerful, and I can't wait to watch
Oh,
later.
thank you.
So
Thank
thank
you
you
so much,
guys.
sis. Much
Blessings.
love to you. Blessings to you. Yeah. So Elsa Vina, girl, can you come up? Do we have time? Do we have you still
Definitely
here? Yeah.
have. I'm
Hey,
so
girl.
here.
Yes. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas, all that stuff.
Yes, 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 to all of you as well, and all of you watching.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I am so excited to have you here again. Please thank your family, your people for allowing us to share a little bit of your time today. And again, just following our flow. I mean, I just love how all of this has flowed right into the confidence coach over here. And just, I would love for you to just kind of share like what's alive in you. This year, several of us shared our ups, our downs, our mids, the miracles. So, yeah, we're just celebrating you and celebrating all women rising in spite of.
in spite of, yeah, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
there's, I think everyone knows that there's never a straight line up. There's always things happening, and sometimes, like you just said, it's because of the timing wasn't right.
Yes.
So something happens, and I remember one of my mentors, she lives by the words, "This too shall pass,"
Yes.
both for the very happy and the very struggling or sad moments, to just sort of remember, like,
Yeah.
so yeah, we had quite a struggle with our youngest, and I won't go into much detail because it's
Hmm.
personal for
Yeah.
her. It's not my story to share.
Yeah.
But as well, parents or aunties and uncles will know, that children have a big effect on us. And when there's something going on, so for a lot of time, a lot of my time and energy went to her. So
Mm.
that was one of my struggles, how to still do my thing and find and make time for that,
Yeah.
even when my energy was sometimes lower, or my mental capacity, if you will.
Yeah.
But at the beginning of this year, it slowly started to go better and better. Even with ups and downs, it's really a strong line up. And even my husband said that he noticed the last months I have been doing so much more, even with the we meet and the connections and the calls, and now my camera sprint coming up in January, and I had a
Yeah.
new in-person work here in the Netherlands. So it's as if there's like more space
Yes.
again for all these things. And well, maybe it wasn't the timing before, and it was just,
Mm,
sometimes you want so badly, like you said, you wanted to do this in June or
yeah.
July.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, but I want to do this, but it's even better. And that's another thing I really love. It's like it's this or even better.
Yes.
Something that I sometimes tell myself.
Yes.
Um, yeah. So if
I
it's
need,
not, it's something better.
you know what? I need somebody to drop that in there too. If what did you say? If it's not this, it's even better. Somebody please drop that into comments because that girl, you just dropped one-liners. I remember there was something else in our candid conversation. I think you mentioned about it's something about performance or real is better than what'd you say?
Perfect. Yeah, real is better
Real is
than
better than
perfect.
perfect. That was so powerful too, right?
Yeah.
So somebody drop that in there too, please.
Yeah, and this is something I always tell to the people that I work with when
Yeah.
it's so, as you know, I do two things, but my own thing is speaking, public speaking and speaking on camera, so as the confidence creator.
Yes.
And so many people feel that they have to perform or to live up to a certain image.
Hmm.
And there's, I think one of the other speakers, Harriet, she
Hmm.
is, oh, I love her. And
Yeah.
her style is so different from mine.
Hmm.
So imagine me copying her style or she
Hmm.
trying my style. It won't work specifically because she's a bit more out
Hmm.
there
Yeah.
in a way that suits her perfectly. And
Right.
we feel attracted to her. But if I would copy her word for word, movement for movement,
Hmm.
you would run away screaming because that is not real. I mean,
Right.
her, you feel drawn to her and you're like, oh, yes, tell me more. Yes, I love
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
And that is why real, you need to be the real you and not copy someone else's style or pretend to be someone you're not. If you're, I don't know, what's a good, so I am a non-native English speaker. So instead of sort of trying to hide that and like, oh, I'll try an accent or try to be or whatever,
Hmm.
just come out and say like, yeah. Sometimes
Right.
people ask right away, like, oh, where are you from? Oh, I can hear you're Dutch or okay.
Yeah.
And I am I am Dutch. So trying to be a native English speaker would be so very weird again. But by
Yeah.
keeping it real, and so many people can resonate. I work with a lot of people who have English as their second language
Hmm.
or even third.
Yeah.
And maybe that is also because they can relate to me and also work with native speakers, by the way. It's not just that, but and maybe some of these native speakers have another language that they converse in that's not their native. So they can still relate to how is it to speak another language than your own and maybe
Yeah.
switch. And I always say I've never had to use it, but I have had a few people who felt so afraid to even turn on the camera because of their accent or what if I don't know a word when I'm live or when I record a video and or when they're in conversation with a client. And I always say the simplest solution to that is just say, nou, dan praten we toch gewoon verder in het Nederlands. Which is, well, we just will keep the conversation going in Dutch
Yeah.
if they're sort of not accepting that you're not perfect. And that, it's never the case
Yes.
because everyone that I came across, they're just in awe that you speak more than one language. A lot of English speakers just speak the one. And I'm like,
Exactly.
and you speak also German and French? and you're learning Portuguese and Spanish a bit for your walk on the Camino. And they are like, oh, I only speak English. So even if you're only half
Yeah.
clear, or you have to ask 3 or 4 times in the conversation, what describing the word, or sort of looking it up on your phone and like, oh, this is the word that I mean.
Yeah.
They don't mind.
You know what, Elzvina, you just said so much goodness, just literally from start to that's real. It's just accepting that you're human, right? We're not perfect. And because we're not perfect, so I like to say in our imperfections, we're perfect, right?
Yes.
So, it's I know when I travel abroad, right? Because people are like, "Oh, how do you go there? How do you communicate? How do you?" Well, now, I mean, there are all kinds of things to help you communicate, right? But one of the things people will appreciate is when you try and you admit, that you might have a shortcoming in an area, and could you accommodate me, or could you speak? It's no, so I'll learn so a little trick that I learned years ago, when I was, constantly traveling more, is I would learn how to, say the basics, right? Hello, just the conversational piece. And I'd always learn the phrase, how to apologize because my whatever language it was not good. Do you speak English? Do you know, girl, I acquired so many friends. I got so many free servings. So because I didn't come in there in a performative way or with ego or arrogance. It was like literally, I embrace. This is what we need to learn how to do in the world. Is just embrace, our embrace reality, right? Embrace cultures, embrace people. Embrace our fears, because that's when, I say that a lot. When we learn how to embrace our fear and make it our ally, that's what I'm talking about. That's how you turn something on it. You're right. That's how you control the fire that wants to consume you and burn you up, or the fire that actually gives you life and propels you forward and helps you build or connect.
I
So,
love that. And
yeah.
I also love to, um, before I was working as the speaker trainer that I am now, I did a lot with kinesiology as well, which taps into the subconscious part of the brain. And I love how Beth was talking about non-generic, but the thing for you. And kinesiology is also a perfect way to connect with that, because through muscle testing, and I don't know if people are watching, if everyone knows what that is. So kinesiology is sort of a combination of chiropractic and acupuncture. So it combines Eastern and Western knowledge. And instead of needles that the acupuncture is using, we use pressure points.
Mm,
And there's a whole set of muscles you can test. There's like, I think, 42, and 12 is the ones we use most. And even just speaking to someone online, I can test for another person, and you work with yes and no. Basically, you cannot say to the body, um, am I allergic to bread? And then,
mm,
or what am I allergic to? And then the body says, oh, you're allergic to, like, there cannot come an answer, but you can
right.
ask yes and no questions. So it's basically like a computer, it's the ones and the zeros. So
Mm,
that is how you can sort of specify it for yourself, what Beth was talking about as well. Um, and maybe you feel unwell every time after you've eaten bread. But is it the grain? Is it the gluten? Is it the yeast? So that is what your body knows, and your body can tell you already. And that is such a different way of looking at things. Like, is this good for me? What can I do with that? Oh, Amarachi is going. Oh, I think
yes.
it's already.
Yeah. Thank you for being here, Amarachi. Yeah.
So,
Reach out anytime. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, no, of course. So, yeah, and I just wanted to pick up because I saw a comment from Laura as well,
Yeah.
that about the language then back that if you're not that fluent or great in one, if it's not your native language, you are learning more than one and you are proficient in another language. So that is what I sort of always I show this where I speak a little Dutch and everyone goes like, "Oh, I don't know what you're saying." So I'm like, if you do that in your language,
Mm.
and I honestly, met no one who's bickering
Yes.
about not being perfect. Again, if
Yeah.
anything, it makes you more relatable, and people love to
That.
help. And
Exactly.
if you just say what's going on that's the big thing. If you're doing live videos, for example, this is live,
Mhm.
and what if my kid walks in or the cat walks in and
Mhm.
it's a distraction rather than pretending nothing is happening. I mean,
Mhm.
I've seen a live, I've not been in one, where a part of the ceiling came down.
Oh,
I mean, if you then just go on and you pretend like nothing is happening, everyone is distracted trying to
yeah.
figure out what's going on. So always acknowledge what's happening.
Mhm.
Oh, guys, this part of the ceiling just came down, but
Yeah.
I'm safe here. It was just this or
Yeah.
this reason. Let's continue. And they will listen to you again, not being
Yeah.
distracted. But
Yeah.
whatever happens, acknowledge it, fix it
Yes.
if you can, and then keep going on, but not pretend like nothing is happening.
Girl, I love that. Can somebody drop that in comments also? Acknowledge, right? Acknowledgement. That's important. Just like when we have conversations also just about allowing also. Acknowledging is a huge part, like, just in my whole fear, helping people to embrace fear model. That's what embracing that you're acknowledging, right? You're accepting, right? That accept. So really, I could switch that A for sure, accept to acknowledge because it's really interchangeable. Instead of running from it or apologizing for it in a way that you feel like you've done something wrong, right? Or
Exactly.
or you've been less than or what have you. And this is what just the conditioning, I think, and the socialization and what have you in society does to people, and particularly women. It's like we should, apologize for being a woman. We should, just, you know, not even be seen or heard, but, just, relegated to the back burner. But no, when we understand literally that we are the connection and co-creators, like to the divine, it's so empowering. It helps to power to one, activate that soul power to pivot and and just love yourself and understand who you are and just what is inside of you trying to get out, right? It makes it easier when you start to realize that to choose you, I think. And I would think that's directly tied also to, the confidence creation that you do or that you help bring to other people. So I love that shift also just in your moniker and your branding of what you do. Because literally you're a co-creator with them, with the divine and with the people that you work with. You're helping to awaken that confidence in them. And then just also that healing and nurturing piece that ties back to your background also. It's all tied together. When we really start to just sit and look and connect the dots, we're like, oh shoot, that's why XYZ happened. And
Yes.
it's,
Yeah,
you know
absolutely. And you know what you just said too, what from the kinesiology perspective, looking to fear, so often we feel it's something we need to conquer or battle or overcome. And I
Mhm.
loved how you just earlier said like to sort of take it with you use that light as a strength. And
Yes.
also it's almost always a part of you that's trying to keep you safe.
Mhm.
So you can look at ways and I love how kinesiology is such a quick way, whereas sometimes, if you talk to a psychologist and they are going to ask like how was your childhood and how's your relationship with your father and everything. But with kinesiology, you can sort of test like, is this relevant now? And you get a very quick like yes or no. So,
Mm.
for example, for the fear, do we need to do something about this now? Yes or no? For example, let's say you have stomach pain, and
Yeah.
then you think it's related to pain. Well, first you see like, is it related to fear, so this pain, or is it something you ate or you're allergic to? And
Yeah.
then let's say it's from fear. Then you can also say, is it important to release the fear, or just can we get an insight or make a change, or like, do we need to do something about it? Yes or no? Okay, we need to do something about it. Okay, do we need to like people do sometimes with spiders, they put a spider on their hand to
Yeah.
get over their fear of spiders. Like, do we need in that way sort of confronting or facing the fear?
Mm.
Or do you sort of talk to the fear? Like,
Yeah.
what is it trying to protect me from? And it could be a
Yes.
part of your past that's sort of still, and do you need to have a conversation that can
Hmm.
feel a bit odd, maybe if you've never done that before, but just to say, like, it's okay now.
Yeah.
I'm no longer 5 years old. I'm a grown woman. I can handle this. You no longer have to keep this up to keep me safe. I'm
Yes.
safe. Or, like you said, like, is it something to bring along and help us forward? And yeah, so there's so many ways to go
Yeah.
about things like that. Yeah.
Oh, girl, that is so good. And you're absolutely right. I mean, there are, and I think it ties to, I can't remember who I was speaking with just previously about this, but finding, it might have been Laura, finding what fits with you, what serves you, and understanding that you know, one size doesn't fit all, right? So we can have like a model or a framework or something that we're looking at or teaching or working with people in, but understand you can't force people to to be cookie cutters, to be, like you gave the beautiful example with Harriet Bratton. Yeah, I just love that girl. But yeah, I mean, total opposite ends of the spectrum when you look at, how you speak and how you serve, and then how she does. And it's just owning that and being okay with it. We were born to be originals, not copies. We were
Yes.
born to be, right? To find our soul's purpose, to walk that out. But we spend all of our time trying to be copies, and we don't even realize that because we're chasing after other people's dreams or other people what they have. We're coveting our neighbors' goods and wives and image and all these types of things, right? Instead of sitting with ourselves and understanding ourselves. And that's like why, in my Power Your Soul Pivot, I walk people through just that, their personal soul inventory, right? We identify and find those hurts. We have those revelations so that we can reconcile them to stand in our truth, in our understanding, so that we can then emerge, as the confidence creator, and be who we were meant to be and how we were meant to serve and be joyful with it, right? Be joyful and just peaceful and present. So there's
Oh,
there's
I love
no there's no more performance. It's no longer performative. You are not in competition with anyone else nor yourself. And that was a revelation for me, that just kind of walking through these past 3 years in particular for me, because in my book that I in what was that 2017 when we published it, Love the Skin You're In, How to Conquer Life Through Divergent Thinking, I made that statement, right? And I said, we're not in competition with anyone but yourself. And that's where I was wrong. That was the revelation that I had because I was still in healing, right? And I still had an open wound there. And the revelation that, these years later that I've had and just walking through is like, I'm not even in competition with myself. Why am I competing with myself? Because I'm beautifully, I'm wonderfully, I'm fearfully made, I'm uniquely made. I have my own soul's purpose. What how I'm supposed to walk that out and look at I'm not a carbon copy or a robot of anyone else. So it took me having to sit under people and learn from people and what have you, who were trying to fit me into a cookie cutter model or who were trying to leverage me for, my gift, skills, talents, abilities, community, whatever, and who were, so whatever the reasons were, I finally learned the lessons and I was able to just be, and so it was all a part of just that whole unbecoming from the workplace and what have you, and those things to become, and then unbecoming again to become and finally get to just this place of just being and confidence to where literally I can go on here now and I mean we're just flowing. I'm unscripted. Girl, I would have had scripts everywhere
Mm.
in the past.
Yeah,
And it's just a beautiful place to be. Beautiful place to be.
it is. It is. And I love how just who just talks about too, like not be the cookie cutter analogy, but also sometimes we sort of have dreams or wishes that are actually from other people's dreams, like sort of keeping up with the Joneses, but maybe
Hmm.
slightly different.
Hmm.
And many years ago, I joined the Money Boot Camp with Denise Duffel Thomas, and I don't know if you know of her.
Okay. No.
Um, and she has such a brilliant way. What I love, first of all, there is to work towards incremental upgrades. So
Love
sometimes
that.
we feel like, oh, we, let's say, like, I want to be a billionaire or
Yes.
so. And then, like, there's like, oh, let's start with the first step and get there. Or I want a big house, but maybe first you're renting. So maybe buy your first house that is not a mention just yet. So
Yeah.
or it could be replacing your socks because they have holes in them. Like
Yeah.
all these kind of things. So you write down um which parts of your life are economy, which are first class, and which are like and there's like two or three steps that you define, like which are economy, they are a bit broken or
Yeah.
not working very well,
Yeah.
um enough, and first class. And the idea is to go through a few steps into a first class life. But you
Mhm.
define what that looks like for you.
Yes.
So I don't give much about cars. So having a Ferrari is not my idea of a first class car. So um, there are some convenient things that now my husband has in his car that I'm like, ooh, that would be good.
Yeah.
Oh, very funny story. So we've been on Madeira
Uh-huh.
on
Oh,
holiday
yes.
month, and we rented a car because we wanted to go about the island, and we
Mm-hmm.
had a Skoda. And then
Mm-hmm.
when we were planning to fly back, all flights were canceled because there was so much storm. No plane could land or take off of the island
Oh,
for 2 days.
oh
So we
wow.
had 3 more days,
Uh-huh.
which was also a sort of gift and blessing that we
I was
received
about to say if you're gonna be
as a
stranded.
surprise.
Uh-huh.
And then my husband said we had to bring the car back. He said, "Oh, let's rent a BMW for the
Mm-hmm.
remainder of the 3 days and see." Well, I'll let you guess which one was best for us. It was the Skoda. It was so bad. Like, so you sort of this idea, oh, let's do just for the 3 days. Let's oh, let's take a BMW or a Mercedes. And then,
Mm-hmm.
hey, but our first class car was actually the Skoda. And that's like with everything. So my favorite holiday is in an apartment in the mountains or like this to Madeira. We rented an apartment and we were there. And talking about nature that came up before, that is the true gift for me. And I don't care about, I mean, if you'd say like there's this what's it, Monaco, or you have this very expensive thing where people are on yachts and beaches, and
Mm-hmm.
that's not a first class holiday for me. That would
Girl.
be like a chalet in Switzerland or
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
so that is why thinking about what is first class for you, and that
Mm.
could be going camping and
Yes.
sleeping on the ground, because that is your ultimate feeling of happiness and freedom. So that is
Yeah.
your first class holiday, and that is your first class. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
Girl.
that's how
Yeah.
we do things. So with Christmas, my husband is a vegetarian, um,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't have like turkeys or massive
Uh-huh.
like eating all day. That's not our idea of like, so we pick the things that we find and we buy some extra nice and we have mostly organic and some extra, and not everything, by the way, but we pick the things that feel good for us
Yes.
to make it feel best. So
You know,
that's
yeah,
what I,
I love that. It's the whole, and I can't remember who said it. It might have been you or it might have been Laura. Good, better, best. I think that might have been Laura.
Laura.
It's
Yeah.
it's yeah, it's the what is your first class? I love that. And I dropped that in comments myself. What is your first class? That is your definition of success.
Yes.
Success is relative. There is not a definition of success. We need to get that crap out of our heads. So whoever created that whole, it's all of the marketing, it's the things, right, that we get put out there that, oh, this is what success looks like, or this is what you have to have, and you need to be a millionaire, or you need to be a billionaire. No, you just need your bills paid. You just need basic necessities. You need to be able to live stress free.
Yes.
You know
Maybe
what I'm saying?
working 2 days a week and having everything, but can
Yes,
be able to buy what you need and want,
yes,
and you don't need
exactly.
$1 billion or whatever. And
Go to
like,
Madeira.
so yeah, I mean, you can do that for
Yeah,
well, okay, I think 2, 3 thousand. You don't need
yeah,
3 billion
yeah,
to make a journey like that. And you
yeah,
could even do it cheaper. I mean,
yeah,
it's just like, yeah, those kind of things. And same with the supplements that I talked to you about that I
yes,
found that blew my mind. For me, those feel first class, and that's
yeah,
because I feel so much better even after
yeah,
this being on this journey for
yeah,
20, 25 years and having found different things over the years.
yeah.
This really has been like the
Mm,
best. And then also with the alignment of how this company has positioned it, that they put the people first and the health first and not their own profit. And that is so different. And just today I was in the
that's
supermarket
everything.
and
Mm-hmm.
I saw this beetroot powder, and I don't know if it was organic.
Mm-hmm.
It was only like a tiny sachet. I don't know, maybe
Mm-hmm.
80 grams or so. And it was
Mm-hmm.
10 euros, which is like
Wow.
12.50, $13
Mm-hmm.
for like a tiny little bit of beetroot powder. And it got me thinking again of their mix, the super reds, which is so full of everything. And then only for $18 for a jar for a month. I mean, that looks like
Sure,
3 scoops and
sure.
I'm finished with it. So in all
Yeah,
everywhere I look, I'm again reminded of these
yeah,
things, and I'm happy that I found this. And that again feels for me first class now
yeah,
to do this and to, yeah, and not only the products, but also the way they make it accessible for so many people. This is what
yeah,
that is the extra thing, because something I used before was
yeah.
so very expensive. And over the years, I noticed it wasn't enough anymore. So it was only one
Mm-hmm.
aspect, and I started like, oh, I need this and that. So I was actually on top of the expensive things, buying other expensive things
Mm-hmm.
to keep the balance. And
Girl.
here now it's it's just so good. Like
Girl,
so
you just said something too. You buying expensive things and you kept compounding that with expensive things, trying to fix the issue, trying to find balance, and it only created imbalance.
yeah.
And so, that was powerful too, because this is life. This is what we do until we wake up, until we understand and identify and find, set our definition of success. What is our first class for us? You know, what makes you happy? What gives you joy? What gives you life? What allows you to be present? What allows you to just be? And it's different for everyone, but you just have to wake up and understand that there is a better way, and it's that whole seeking, finding, knocking, the door will open thing. you know and so I know we link to your hub, link to your, I think your page in the hub as well. So, at the top, we just reminded everyone, and that they can get connected and find out what you guys are up to, and just how you're serving. And I love the fact that so many of you also are connecting the dots, and Sam and I even have done that as well. And yeah, we have some more conversations we need to have. But it's the mind, body, soul connection, right? And so many of us in business, have made that connection and understand. Well, so many of us in this new paradigm of business. Let me back up and correct myself. I forget we're having real talk, candid conversation. No, I don't forget. I don't ever forget. But, you know, so many of us are waking up to this truth, and understand because we are seeking a better way. We know there's a better way. We do put people first. And we understand that, as my husband says all the time, a business is a responsibility, right? Unless you're just hustling and you're chasing after that definition of success to have all this money and have all of this whatever and be like the Joneses, keep up with the Joneses and cookie cutter or this and, one size fits all that. If that's the path you're on, then you don't understand what I'm talking about. And so that's why I love these candid conversations that I've had with you guys that we're having now, your spotlights. If anyone listens with a discerning ear, with their soul, right? With their heart, their awakening process should start, will start. And this is why, just this vision and this manifestation, this reality that my beautiful husband and the team have built out is just so important to give women a platform to, and one that's not built on twigs, but one that's going to stand up, that is going to last, that's going to stand the test of time, that shows us in the best light that we should be seen in, and that shows we are operating in our purpose in a space that is connected mind, body, soul, and business. And so, girl, I just thank you for what you do, how you serve, just your heart. You just have such a beautiful soul too. I remember we first connected, you're just so genuine, and you genuinely want the best for people. And yeah, so I want to make sure you have the opportunity also, Elsvina, just to share, anything else that's on your heart or in your soul or that you feel, you would be remiss if you didn't share with the closing of this year and getting ready to walk into the next.
Yeah. So when you was just talking, something popped into my mind from
Yeah.
way back. So I mentioned I trained as a kinesiologist, and as part of that, we looked also into the more scientific approach, which is orthomolecular therapy. It's
Mhm.
based on all the science studies, and it looks at basically, or it comes from the Greek word, and ortho means right or correct, and molecule. So basically,
Mhm.
it looks mostly into how does our body work, the processes and the nutrients and the balances of that, and the scientific and testable approach, like what does our body need? And again, everyone is different in that, looking at root causes. So three women with the same issue who would come to the doctor and get the same pills, as you said before, they would
Yeah.
actually get a different treatment here because they question, like, what is the underlying cause of this issue? And I
Mhm.
remember so clearly tying it in with business that the founder of this orthomolecular training, he had been doing that for 35 years or longer. And he worked with a group of CEOs. They did an experiment and they said, you know what? You give me, I think it was 1 week even, or 10, I think it's 10 days.
Mhm.
So they gave themselves to him and they
Mhm.
would eat what he would tell them to eat,
Mhm.
move and exercise and everything. And then they would work as well. And as these 10 days progressed and towards the end, they would, I don't know how they measured it, but they would look at how do you make decisions and how do you do your work. And
Mhm.
by changing their nutrition, and of course, that's part of your body is also to move, to go outside instead of sitting in your conference room from like 8 till 10, like
Mhm.
14 hours a day. They were working less, moving more outside, eating better. And
Mhm.
towards the end, everyone said they had more clarity, more energy, but also made better business decisions. So
Yeah.
it comes together taking care of yourself and your body is should be one of the elements in your business, and you shouldn't put yourself last and, like you said, like working yourself to death or to sickness
Yeah.
by just keep going, 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 because the work is so important. In the end, you are part of that work. And if you take breaks and if you relax, and how many times don't we get a great idea under the shower or when we're out
Hmm.
for a run or a walk?
Yeah.
So don't deprive yourself, but double up on those moments. Look at your nutrition or seek help with that from someone who knows how your body should work, and
Mhm.
don't, because again, with stress we tend to go to fat and sweet, like crisps and chocolate and
Yeah.
eat and pizza and those meals, because we don't have time and we have these cravings, but it's actually to soothe our stress excess.
Yes.
If you find another way to do that, you have so much more clarity to bring your gifts to the people, because that is what we want. And then, of course, if you then are yourself and confident on camera or in front of the audience, that is the double win. But don't forget yourself, put yourself first, and then you can help others even better.
Girl, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna start calling you the one-liner. Yes. Put yourself first and you can help others even better. Somebody drop that in, please. I think I got it verbatim.
I never said that before, so I'm
Well, you know what? This is the beautiful gift that is you, my darling. Because you are just real, and this is and this is how I feel like you're also operating like in your flow, and that's why I love the fact that literally, God gave me this vision for candid conversations and just how it's morphed because even like I was talking about how the first season, it's completely night and day of Defining Your Path podcast and Candid Conversations to what it turned into. And literally the revelation hit me at the end of the podcast in the very first one, when I was talking to Catherine Malik. And I was like, we're gonna invite you back for Candid Conversations. And literally in that in the rest was history. And I just thank you so much, girl, for just like what you bring to the conversation. Folks, if you're looking for someone to help boost your confidence, you have the confidence creator right here. You have Elzvita, and you're just such a beautiful soul. And just to have that background and experience, in medicine, in the sciences, like Laura and like Ludi and even Beth. Oh my gosh, everybody who popped on the first time is all, it's that mind, body, soul connection, with business. And that's why, literally this manifestation. You mentioned people have ideas like in the shower or walking or whatever. Like you guys can thank this hub and just this vision and pushing it back to this time frame to my husband and his dreams and his walks. Because literally he'll say stuff and I'm like, oh my God, that was in my soul. That was in my head, and so literally it's just operating when we learn how to just let our soul flow, when we're in that soul freedom, and to know like, where you've come from and just finding and building your own confidence. And again, it's the pain to purpose conversation, the pain of purpose story. If you're trying to understand why you're here or what you should be doing and you feel unfulfilled in what you're doing right now, whether it's in the workplace, whether it's hustling and chasing these cookie cutter models, one size fit all, like we were talking about, look at your pain, right? And some of you, and so like I will be the guinea pig. I was telling my story, but I was sharing it on a surface level and only a part of it. It wasn't the part where some of my deepest, darkest hurts lie. And like Laura was talking earlier about, the dark nights of her soul. It wasn't until, and literally this is recent, this is beginning of November, this is the end of December, when I finally told that last truth that was tied to so many of my choices. And I dare to say maybe all of them. And that had to do with my feeling of being less than because of my vision. and my fear of blindness and just, and it's funny too because that seed was planted, and I'll say this, and girl, I know I've kept you longer than I just love you. I would. Um, but I was in a conversation with, and a lot of you know, Shoshana Kolodny, and I think we were in a group meeting or something, or we ended up in a speed networking situation. And she was giving me advice about, because my moniker was, it was covering my face or something, and like I would always lean in or what have you. And I was forced to admit about my vision in that conversation. And when she offered to help me, okay, I'm getting emotional. When she offered to help me to take a screenshot or send me the notes or do whatever, that floored me. And like right now, I mean, even that, just that emotion, I'm trying to fight back tears and just keep this flowing, but apparently this is supposed to happen. And I'm gonna give her her flowers. And I recently gave her a testimony that, iron sharpens iron, right? And it takes people who are willing and bold enough to reach out or to speak truth or help shine a light or turn on, or give that spark. And that's what all of you ladies do. That's what all 25 of you did. And with our bonus episode, Eve Chalkberry, Coach Eve, that's what she does. It's turning on the light in people, that giving them that spark, turning on the fire to their flame, giving it more gas. And that's what all of you do in your work. And just you giving confidence to people. Like when she said that, it gave confidence to me, or boldness. And I would dare say that was perhaps the seed of my truth coming out, because that was before November, you know? And it's when I started sitting with it a little bit more. And then I was doing energy work with like Kate Simpson and Linda Mestro Thompson and Catherine Malick and some other people. And that's that's where our power lies, leaning into community, being willing to have the candid conversations, to share and tell and own, embrace our truth, and it takes away the fear, you know. And so I thank you for what you're doing, sis. And yeah. So I know
Yeah.
your hubby is probably waiting on you. Apologize to him.
Oh gosh, I just have goosebumps from you sharing that just now. And I've had a conversation with Shoshana, and she's so good at those seeds or those little moments. And I'm so happy that you had that as a sort of first, like you
Yeah,
said, the seed was planted in that moment. And
yeah.
that's such a powerful way to step out. And I just wanted a moment to acknowledge as well you and Sam. Thank you so much for having this platform and for setting it up this way. I've done so many podcast interviews, but you have a way of bringing the conversation into flow and then taking it to the next level with these candid conversations. I've never done that before. And when you told me about it, I was like, oh, curious what will happen in that, what are candid conversations? But it is such a beautiful and brilliant way. And part of the reason that all of 25 of us are shining here this month is also because of you and Sam and everything and the whole team, the work you do behind the scenes. So thank you all for creating this and making this possible. And yeah, you have such a way of putting forward what our strengths and what we are good at. But this is something that is, yeah, is you. And I'm keep doing that and having these conversations and bringing that out in people because it's just amazing. So thank you so very much, and I feel honored to be part here of in this line. I've seen, I know a lot of the women who speak, and I'm really honored to be here, a part of this. So thank you.
Oh, my pleasure, my privilege, my blessing. Thank you so much for just confirming and affirming and just giving flowers, that we're operating in our soul's purpose. So yeah, soul freedom and business freedom. That's that's what we intend for all of you. And you might have missed the conversation, but I'll be following up with you guys via email. But this is gonna be in perpetuity. This is a platform we're gifting you guys the DP network, and so because you helped me lift this, you helped us lift this. And you said yes without even knowing the fullness. I remember it. I'll share this. I'll let you go. Even in our pre-conversation, you didn't know what to expect. And and it was just such a beautiful innocent thing, girl, and then you just woke up and you just took off, and it was such an easy free flow with you. And so I appreciate you trusting and leaning in and just yeah, much
Yeah,
love to you,
thank
girl.
you all.
Yes, yes. So folks, be sure to check out Osvita in the hub and see everything she has going on. All right, girlie. Well, feel free to stay as long as you can. I don't want to hold you. But yeah, I'm just so excited to have all of you guys here who've been able to make it. And again, just much love and appreciation to your families. My husband and I, we're just super grateful people. We have so much to be grateful about and for. Um, quite honestly and frankly, this year we've been living very sacrificially for the past couple years, honestly. And it's walking in obedience. And literally we have been blessed, and God has just sent us beautiful souls and beautiful connections and communities that we're a part of and connecting to and connecting. And I just saw someone pop in from Female Leaders Rising, who's one of our sisters over there. Zilka wasn't feeling well tonight, so she's not here to be able to be with us. But it's things going around, and several of the ladies are just kind of like out of commission. So we told them to rest, be well. Team, I'm not sure who else is here. I know Ludi is still here, Laura's still here. And Ludi, I wanted to pick up a conversation with her. I saw Marine is here all the way from Peru. Oh, Marine is actually from the Netherlands, so I don't know if you guys have met. Look, we connect people. So Marine and Elsvina, you guys need to connect. So Marine is now married, living in Peru. She's a part of Female Leaders Rising, the group that Zilka founded and that we've co-founded with her. And Marine's just amazing. So I wouldn't mind if Marine wants to come up to the stage, because I know Marine is bold. She'll come. She will come boldly to the stage to just share about her NGO, what she's building. Even though Marine wasn't a part of the hub this year, I definitely have plans for her to be a part of it next year. Um, and so Marine, if you are there, if you're able, I know you move about quite a bit, but just drop something in comments or team unmute her or something. But yeah, I think it would be amazing for Elsvina and Marine to connect. So yeah.
Yeah. So let's see how we can connect, Doc V.
Yes.
This
Hi, there you are.
yes. Looking
Hey, lady, welcome to the stage.
Let's give me some of my details, Elsevine.
Yes.
Do you speak Dutch?
Is she still here, or did she?
I don't know.
Oh, she might have fallen off because she was
Oh.
so a lot of the ladies have been stealing away from their holiday celebrations. I will make sure I connect you to. But, we just anyone who is here in the audience, females rising, we wanted to just put you out there. Feel free to share what you have going on. So you were just a part of the Female Leaders Rising Volume 1 Founders Edition project. So look, I'm gonna let you pinch hit for Zilka, who is not feeling well. But we just did that anthology project together, hit international bestseller, I think, in a couple of countries. And so just share yourself, share who you are, Mariah, and what you're about, what you're building, and your NGO and your work over there in Peru. And Sam and I are excited just to, be walking with you on
Absolutely.
that lift and the retreats. So please.
Thank you, Doc. Yes, well, I never imagined to be here actually. not even in Peru and not on your show. It's just an
That's what we
amazing
do.
experience, really. And yeah, so when I in my older life, like before I went to Peru, I was just in the corporate world. I was like working with NGOs, with the government, with consultancy businesses, and I was specialized in intercultural management and innovation management. So I did a lot of projects. You did a lot of projects. And then I started dreaming about Peru. And it was in the time that we actually went bankrupt. So that
Mm.
was when we actually I had a solar business there with a partner, and it was a very, very competitive market. You step into something, you think, okay, this is beautiful. This is clean energy. This is helping the planet. This is helping people actually save a bit of money on their energy bill. And it was like very beautiful. And I was into innovation management, so I was all these businesses all the time,
Mhm.
getting new processes up, entering new markets. But I never had my own business before. That was my first time.
Mhm.
And that's something quite different, right?
Yes.
You're talking first, you're talking theory and practices of getting teams built and getting things done, but then you've got to do it for yourself. and
Yes.
and we had the unfortunate experience that the market was just too tough for us. We didn't have the
Mm.
backup, the financial backup to compete that fiercely. And so
Mm.
we went bankrupt, and that was when I went bankrupt, because I was all in. I was all
Yeah,
in.
I do.
My
Yeah.
house, my car, my assets,
Yeah.
choof choof. And I started dreaming about Peru. And when I
Mm.
came there, it was just for curiosity. It was a friend of mine. I actually had dreamed about Peru. Okay, so I am a dreamer. I'm actually a very mystic person, Doc Fee. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
just.
can tell.
It was very.
Hmm.
It's actually weird to be in corporate as being me. Being
Yeah,
me in
I
corporate.
do.
I will tell you, I had projects that I wrote a poem for the director as a report. It's just that's
Yeah,
the kind of person I am.
yeah, yeah.
And to talk with their souls. A lot of
Mm.
people have like a lot of persona. I don't know if you
Yep.
recognize that. We
Hmm.
try to adapt to our culture, to the expectations, to
Yes.
everything around us,
Yes.
and somehow it is not really us. It's not
No,
you.
no.
And what I can do, and what I don't know how, I just do that.
Yeah.
I don't talk to your persona, Doc V. I
Mm.
talk to your soul. And I've learned
Mm.
that we have to talk soul to soul and
Yes.
forget about all the circumstances, all the bad behavior, all the mishappenings, all the
Yes.
things that you had wished were true but are not true.
Yes.
And talk from heart to heart, because
Yeah.
from the inside, if it grows from the inside and you look at the beauty of a person from the inside, even if it's a little dot, it will grow and it will be allowed to come out. And we
Yeah.
need this space. We need the space to become ourselves. We need this space.
So
And
beautiful.
so I was there in this corporate world doing this. They thought I was crazy, and they tried everything to get me out, because when they want to be like, it's about money and it's about all these things.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, but money, I mean, is a means. Money is
Mm-hmm.
beautiful. It's a means. It's
Mm-hmm.
that you make an effort and somebody recognizes it, and it's easier to pay you money so that you can buy food or you can do other things with it. But it's energy, it's flow.
Yeah.
And so I was not so interested in this money thing
Mm-hmm.
per se. I saw
Yeah.
it as a means.
Yeah.
And so, but I went bankrupt. So I had all these experiences, I had a good life, and it went shoof shoof. It
Yeah.
went
Been there, done
shoof
that.
shoof,
Yep.
baby.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a lot of help then. It was really amazing because I don't have a lot of family, Dog Fee. I have a brother and an aunt, and that's the rest. Most of my family died in the war, with
Mm.
accidents, with illnesses, because
Yeah.
my father was older than my mother. So his family was 30 years older. So, they would
Ah,
die earlier. than
Yes.
my mother's. And we had so I have very little family. And
Mm.
I don't know why I was saying that actually. But oh yeah,
You're just
that's
flowing.
because I was in this situation and I
Yeah.
couldn't just call like my aunt, my mom, my dad, my granddad. I didn't have anybody to call much.
Yeah.
My brother was trying his best, but he was far away.
Mhm.
And then all these friends and anonymous people jump
Mhm.
from top. It was like, I was so amazing. It was feeling like, Dr.
Yeah.
It was like I was sitting there on the only thing I had was a sofa and a bookcase. And
Yes.
my sofa was my bed and my
Yeah.
office. And,
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's
and I
real.
had
Yeah.
40 euros a month. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
40 euros a month
Mhm.
in Holland. You know what that
Wow.
means? 40 euros a month is 10 euros a week.
Yeah.
So you have to think about a banana or a bread. If I
Yeah.
eat banana, it's giving me a longer feeling of satisfaction. So I was,
Yeah.
I was thinking,
Girl.
your
Yeah.
choices are going back to the very basics. And
Right.
then all these friends popped up, but you can live in my house. You don't have to worry about food. You can have it. I had 9 keys to 9 houses. And then all these beautiful people popped up and said, we have a Christmas basket for you. And I was like, Christmas
Yeah.
from whom? I have
Yeah.
no idea. It's like, everybody jumped up and I was sitting there on my sofa and I was stressed out, of course.
Yeah.
I was having a hard time, really.
Yeah.
But I was sitting there in this moment, I was thinking,
Mm.
Dr. Oh my God, I feel so happy.
Yeah.
What a friendships. What a
Mhm.
beauty. What an abundance.
Yeah.
I could choose. Yeah, one friend even bought me my perfume. I mean, if that's really the last thing on your mind is your
Yeah.
favorite perfume, But
Yeah.
I got everything. And beautiful clothes and everything I needed, and even a
Mhm.
holiday.
My
and
God.
I I
Yeah.
was like, oh my gosh, I love all these people. And then I had too much food from the food bank, and I was going to cook
Yeah.
because I can't eat it all by myself. You
Mhm.
can't. I had like 2 big shopping bags for a week. I mean, too much. So I
Yeah.
went because I did a lot of activation. I did a lot of neighborhood work.
Mhm.
Okay, so to give you an idea, in those years I was working with a pilot project with the government
Okay.
to get neighborhoods become more active and how do you say that, cohesive,
Yes. Cohesive.
so
Mhm.
so that they have more contact, because these are people that are commuting to their jobs.
Yes.
And actually what we found is they were very rich, they're well established, and they're dead depressed, they're dead
Mhm.
set. And when the economic hit, the
Mhm.
strike hit, because they were wealthy, they are not entitled to any help
Mhm.
because, but
Yes.
they were struggling to keep their head above water, and they
Mhm.
didn't know the neighbors to even knock for a cup of sugar or something, like,
Mm.
and
Mhm.
so we were trying to get, I was going door to door, knocking doors.
Yeah.
Like, we have this lovely project,
Yeah.
intercultural project, and and let's find out, especially for the youth, like they can be an active, are always very active. Youth are very active. They're very
Yes.
just, so they
Mhm.
would pick up, like they would pick up on service projects or developing themselves as moral leaders in this neighborhood.
Mhm.
And we ask them, we draw like a human being, and we say,
Mhm.
okay, what are the influences that are positive here? What are the influences? Can you draw them? Can you put, somebody was lying on the floor so we could draw the person.
Yeah.
And then we would put this, all these influences, then we consulted and they said, okay, you've got everything, right?
Yeah.
You're going to hockey, you have a good job, you have good, beautiful brand clothes, all these things.
Yes.
So why are you not happy then? Why
Mm.
are you not happy? You know what the answer was, Doc?
What was it?
I don't have any friends. I
Yeah.
don't know how to make friends. I don't
Yeah.
know what it means to have friendship. I don't know to whom I belong. My parents are busy, they're commuting, they're never there. I'm going to all these groups and I'm there, but I don't feel I can share my heart, my
Yes.
longing, my real feelings with anybody. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know where to go. I really don't know where to go. And so we actually started a project, how to make friends. How to,
Oh, wow. I love
how
it.
can we be friends? What is
Yeah.
friendship? And
Mm.
there is a beautiful song that I started out with, and it's like, it says, "Do not be content with friendship in words alone, but let your heart burn for everyone that crosses your path." And so you don't need to know each other to become friends.
It's a
It's like
soul
a
connection.
basic,
Yeah.
basic, how do you say? It's something in your mind that you offer friendship to the people that cross your path. You
Mm.
try to be a good friend. You don't look at other people like, they must be like, maybe they're robbers, or maybe they are, they're really
Right.
mean, or they're really weird culture,
Right.
or they want something from me,
Yeah. This the
and they're looking at
stereotypes
me.
and the yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
So try to get rid of the prejudice that is limiting the friendships that you can have,
Yes.
you
Oh,
know
I love it. I love
connect
it.
with heart, and sometimes you will be hurt. Sometimes
Yeah.
people don't know yet how to be a good friend.
Yeah.
They've never learned how to be a good friend, but if they never
Mhm.
meet a good one, they're never going to learn it either, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know that this is very, very true. So I came to Peru, and I noticed that one of the beautiful things here is like I had received a lot of help of my friends,
Mm-hmm.
and real friendship is very, very dear to me. I will never forget any of them and any kind act that they did.
Yeah.
And but now when I came to Peru, I had to start from scratch basically, because I stayed there. I will tell you how I stayed there. I wasn't meant to stay here. I really
Mm-hmm.
didn't. I was
Mm-hmm.
just curious what it was like, because I had dreamt of this place, and I was thinking, yeah, well, okay, let's check it out. My friend Barbara had this
Uh-huh.
this this trip that she organized to Cusco, and I was like, Cusco? I dreamt of Cusco. Let's what is Cusco?
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
I thought it was in Mexico. I was so embarrassing for a Dutch person not to know where Cusco is. This is terrible. And then so I came there, and I was there for half a year to see if I could do my PhD there,
Mm-hmm.
social development, because my last project before I left to Peru was actually two projects. Was in China on value-based development for the
Mm-hmm.
Millennium Goals of the United Nations. It was a
Yes.
very beautiful project,
Mm.
and I had another project, and so I thought maybe I can do research into this area. I would love
Yeah.
to. I had done some PhD research as a science practitioner, but that was still in the old structure of power, and like,
Yeah.
I'm the professor, so I know everything. So
Mm-hmm.
why do you need to research something, right?
Right, right.
So I
Girl,
was
that's the
like,
whole conversation. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
oh my gosh. And so,
Yeah.
Dr. I was in Peru, and I thought maybe I do this, and
Mm-hmm.
then I can sort of fund that, and I'll have something to do there, because I was like, what am I going to do? I had this in my dream. They said
Yeah.
I had mountains talking to me. So if you think I'm crazy, I
Mm.
probably am. I had mountains talking to me, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Apus. And they said to me, Marang, how do you know that I'm Marang, first of all? What the heck? Yeah,
Uh-huh.
but we want you to come. We want you to come. You've got a lot of things to do. You have to console the water. Console the
Mm.
water? Okay, console the water. And I will show you. And they showed me holy places of the Inca. And they said there are
Mm.
many more than anybody knows, and they
Yeah.
have powers. And they said there is one project here in this place. It's an airport. They're building an airport. It would be the highest airport in the world, on
Mm.
3,850 meters height, in between the mountains. Now, I don't know if you know anything about airports, but usually planes go up and they have to sort of pass the mountains and not
Yeah.
just bump into them, right?
Right.
So that was a little problem, was a little
Right.
detail. Just it was a big. To be honest, this is really. Do you call it laundering, money laundering project?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it was. And we don't want it because our ancestors are buried there, and this
Mm.
is sacred ground. This
Mm-hmm.
is sacred ground. So you have to stop that project.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, you have a dream like that, okay? In a place that you don't know, with talking to mountains, okay? And
Yes.
it's like, I said, but
Wow.
all good, thank you very much,
Yeah.
but I don't speak Spanish. I
Yeah.
wouldn't know what to do there, and I haven't got a clue how I'm going to do all these things. What
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. How do
Yeah.
you stop an airport? How do you
Yeah.
console the water? And how do
Yeah.
you map all these holy places in
Mm.
Peru? I've got
Symbolism,
no
right.
idea, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, just and then they said, you don't worry so much. There will be people that will take care of you. Don't
Yes.
worry.
You were willing and obedient.
And I went for a calling, and I had nothing to lose basically.
Mm-hmm.
I've been struggling with like paying off debts, and if you don't have money coming in, they cannot get you a deal.
Yeah.
That's very difficult. So I
Mm-hmm.
was trying to find a job, but if I would find a job, then they would withhold all the money.
Yes.
So because you cannot work when you're in that situation, you cannot have
Mm-hmm.
the money that you have. So
It's a catch 22, yeah.
it's a very
Mm-hmm.
catch 22. And then finally, after a year and a half, they gave me welfare. So I was on
Mm-hmm.
welfare, and they calculated I had 50 euros to pay off my debts every month.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but I had to pay those 50 euros to budget coach. So I had
Mm-hmm.
0 euros left to pay off anything any month in a month.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like, but I have got myself a house for 100 euros. Yeah, but that's too little. You have to pay 450 euros minimum for a house.
Mm.
You cannot pay a house for 100 euros.
Yeah.
Even if it's your friend's house and you're helping
Yeah.
him, it doesn't matter. It has to be 450 euros. And then you're going to ask for some subsidy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry, Josephine. Yeah, you got to ask for some subsidy
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
to bring it down to 150 or 250. And so they were having all these little
Yeah.
regulations that I was trying to create money so I could pay things off, and they were like, no, you have to pay, you have
Yeah.
to have this, and you have to have that, and you have to pay. And it was like, okay. At the end, I just went out of it. I went working, and I said, I'm sorry, I'm going to work, because anything that I can do right now, you know,
Yes.
I'm going to make money. And I paid off as much as I could at that time.
Yeah.
And at some point, I said, okay, I got this opportunity to have, I have my new project. I have got this opportunity to go to Peru. What do you think? I actually
Mm.
went, bye bye, Elsevigne. I went to the authorities to
Yeah.
consult about this. And they
Yeah. Yeah.
said, officially we can't say anything, but please go.
Mm.
So I was there
Yeah.
trying to make a career switch or something. And
Wow.
of course, you start from scratch, Doc. So I
Yes.
started teaching English classes for almost next to nothing.
Yeah.
But I've become, I have these opportunities, so I became better and better. Now I have a Dutch job
Yeah.
online, so I
Yeah.
can give back. And when I
Yeah.
started this when I came there, and that's how my NGO started.
Mm-hmm.
When I came there, I was like, well, I don't have money, but I have time, right? So I
Mm.
can give my time and my knowledge. I have
Yes.
knowledge. And with some friends, new friends actually, that are from
Yeah.
Peru, we founded a little school. It's a village
Mm-hmm.
school. And it was very funny because they were teachers in Peru. So they
Mm-hmm.
knew about the curriculum and things like that.
Yes.
And I was, of course, I was kind of, I'm here to help and to endorse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. To endorse this. And
Mm.
we thought we would do a secondary school because they were secondary school teachers.
Yeah.
But then, Doc, there were about 10 families coming knocking on our door, like we were starting to open a place.
Mm-hmm.
They said, but we don't have anything for, kindergarten kids and for from 3 to 5 years old.
Yes.
And so we started with a kindergarten because everybody wanted a kindergarten. And we started with 35 kids with
Mm-hmm.
a kindergarten, and it grew out to a school of 250 children
Wow.
with all the families that we were helping as well psychologically, and sometimes with work, sometimes with, and every 2 weeks there we had workshops,
Yeah.
helping them out. And we saw
Yeah.
in a year that was wonderful. So that's why I started my NGO. So I wanted to help them have a channel for them
Yeah.
to be supported and for people to be able to come and help as a teacher, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And then we saw in a year's time, you wouldn't imagine with the love of these people, and they
Mm-hmm.
suffered, Doc. They suffered. This
Okay.
this this couple, they had to go on $150 a month with their family, right?
Mm.
Even in Peru, that's nothing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they made like some barter with the families that didn't have any money either. So they would give them potatoes and tomatoes and chickens.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
after a year of love, we
Yes.
saw children, we saw alcoholism going down, domestic
Mm.
violence going down, even the severe outings of autism and ADHD calming down. We saw
Wow.
children stabilizing, children who came in like this,
Yes.
and you would say, "Hello, how are you?"
Mm.
Like this, would say, "Hey, what about it today?"
Wow. Complete
They
change.
became children again. They
Yes.
became children again. And so I started with a little group to help this little school as far as we could with the means that we had,
Yes.
and to go to other little schools as well. And I learned a lot over the years here. So I loved that I was able to give back, that I now
Yeah.
know things, that I now have some
Mm.
money that I can actually invest.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Wow.
I've been
Ah,
giving back.
yeah.
And in this whole process, and then I'll stop because we have more people to talk to. In this whole process, Doc V, I
Yeah.
found that, you know, the common thing that people do, like when they have an NGO in Peru, they give
Yes.
things. No, they give
Mm.
things. They give utility. How do you say that? School utilities? Is that the right word? The pens and the pencils and the books and so on
Oh,
and on.
yes, I know what
Yeah,
you,
okay,
mhm. The
yeah,
some book supplies and that sort of
except
thing.
book supplies and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
everything.
Yes.
They give food, they give like clothes, and then they feel very good about it. They
Yeah.
would do like projects, and the better NGOs would do projects like, you can do homesteading, for example, with the school, or you
Yeah.
can do some better didactics or so, training. But all in all, what you see is that there is nothing for the heart and the head. There's a lot for the head. There
Yeah.
is something for the hands, but there's
Yeah.
nothing for the heart. And so these
Mm.
children coming, and I'm talking about, let's get the if you just go to this little village, huh? We are talking about 60% alcoholism. We're talking about
Mm.
75% animism,
Mm-hmm.
animism. I don't know how you call it. And when you have not enough red blood cells.
Yeah, anemia. Or
Anemia,
yeah.
anemia
Mm-hmm.
thing,
Mm-hmm.
anemia thing. 23% malnutrition. We're talking about poverty that is, or actually discrepancy between rich and poor people,
Yes.
that is very extreme. We're talking about this situation, and these children grow up, the
Yeah.
teenage mothers that I've seen, that they come to me on the street because they can't go anywhere else. And then I go
Mm.
to the social worker, and the social worker goes to the police, and the police goes to the judge, and none of them can do anything. and
Mm.
and then, these are just trapped, and then it's a problem. They have a kid, and they don't, the father was on a, okay, let me be very bold about this, right? I'm so sorry, I don't want to hurt anybody, but this is happening especially on the Catholic feasts, where
Mm.
they take in like so much alcohol. You go through a
Mm-hmm.
street and you see the boxes like up on one side and up on the other side,
Mhm.
and these children taking in too much alcohol, they are getting a baby, they
Oh,
don't even know with whom they had a baby,
yeah.
that's the truth. Now
Mm.
if you don't do anything for their hearts,
Yes.
you
Oh,
know
that.
whatever they learn, whatever they do will have a wound here, like a big wound.
Yes. Oh,
And so I learned from the whole journey that I had, like, Marine, I need to do something with the heart. And thank
yeah.
God I have been working within the Baha'i community in Holland a lot.
Mm.
Just on this, on the heart. We had virtues classes, like how you can
Mm.
become more compassionate, how can you show more helpfulness, how can you show more assertiveness, how can you show
Yeah.
more honesty, and what does it do? And we would
Yeah.
always use the arts. You
Yeah.
would use the music, singing together. You
Yeah.
would use the games that are cooperative, not
Yeah.
competitive, but cooperative. We would use the painting and the creative, processing
Yeah.
of new concepts. You would do that.
Yes. I love it.
Yeah, you would do something like theater play, for example. You would memorize beautiful quotes that would help you. I know
Mhm.
children that were so down, they put a
Yeah.
prayer book under their cushion, under their pillow,
Yes.
and just hope that the letters would get
Wow.
in.
Oh, wow.
you know?
Wow. Yeah.
And we see these transformations. So I thought, yeah, you know what? I need to do something with arts and music and
I love it.
crafts.
I
So
love it.
I've kind of redirected my NGO, and I said, I'm going to create uh, help for children to have these things in youth groups or in at school, where this is
Yeah.
normally it's not something that is the basic curriculum of a school. They try, they try to fill out a color plate or some or a color image or something, but it's not like
Yeah.
something that is normal. And I
Hmm.
thought I have to go into real conversations, telling real stories with them so they can relate
Yeah.
to that and have an example how to get
Yeah.
out of this without
Mm.
becoming corrupt or
Yeah.
insensitive or
I
ruthless.
love
If
it.
you look at Peru, for example, the number one favorite is horror stories. Even for
Hmm.
children from 3 years old, you've got
Hmm.
horror stories. We were all
Yeah.
buried together. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, you wouldn't in
Yeah.
Holland, you wouldn't even dare give this to a child,
Yeah.
they would have nightmares all
Yeah.
day.
It's a desensitization, and I love the fact that you're bringing arts and humanities back into culture, into the education process. That's something that the states have lost, that we've willingly given up because we couldn't see the importance and the connection to the soul and our heart condition. I like to talk about our heart condition in that way of like how what you're sharing. So beautiful and so powerful. Such a powerful work and a pivot that you've embraced. I love it, Mine. I
Thank you.
really do. I love the work you're doing. I definitely want to have you come on season three. Look, I'm putting it out there now. And I just look forward to just sharing. Do you want to share the name of your NGO? Is there anything you want to drop in? Feel free to drop in comments. You know,
Yeah, sure.
links
Yeah.
to.
Well, actually, I've started We Value Peru, which is
Okay.
We Value is a method of aligning with your values. It's actually the
Mm.
method that we used in China for
Mm-hmm.
the Millennium Goals of that are cultural, political, and religious.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth is, my NGO has a very bad visibility. That's why I want to work with you.
We got you, girl. We have you. We
I am
got you
just
covered.
doing this like, with a bunch of people with a heart. And
Yeah.
for example, my husband, he knows how to restore musical instruments. He was a
Mm.
music producer. He's
Oh, wow.
65 now, but I said, don't you want to
Yes.
go back to your passion because
Oh,
he loves it. And So it's his contribution is to restore instruments, and then others have
Beautiful.
contributions that we do. For
Yeah.
example, a theater plays, and they have the stories, and I buy the clothes and the requisites, so we
Oh,
can do, and we give a
God bless you.
didactics to the teachers so they can do
Yeah.
interactive work with
Yeah.
them, things like that. That's what we're doing.
Oh, I
But
love it.
it's all
Bravo.
much of a personal initiative. So I really said, this is
Mm.
the year
Yes.
2026, that
Yes.
we have to get things in order so we can
Yes.
roll out a bit bigger, because there are options, and
There are.
I would love it to be, actually, I'm ambitious. I'm sorry. I'm ambitious because I think if we would develop a program that would work with didactics, we could really offer
Mm.
to the Ministry of Education as
Mm.
some project, like with a training center where we can
Yeah.
train teachers and where we can offer it to all education in Peru to begin
Yeah.
with, right?
Oh, I love it.
So because I think this is so powerful. I have seen children change. I have
Mm.
seen children that were so misbehaving because of what happened to them in their lives become
Yeah.
like brilliant stars. And
Yes.
this is worth sacrificing something for, right?
You know what? It absolutely is, sis. And you are, first of all, just God bless you and the work that you're doing. You are such a beautiful soul. Isn't Brian such a beautiful soul? And again, this was not orchestrated. You are literally, you were called to be on this platform tonight to share this, and truly, you said you weren't, meant to be in Peru. I think you were meant to be there. I
Yeah.
think you were called according to your purpose, this purpose that you just so beautifully shared, and just the vision that you have. And this is why, like, when Sam and I, had a conversation with you, we were like, absolutely. I mean, because, we work with people who have a heart for other people, right? And who are literally all about, they're founders, they're movement builders, they're visionaries, they're creative, they're all about how, they have a humanitarian heart, and it's
Uh-huh.
all about how to bring the world together, how to help the world
Absolutely.
heal, how to love on people, right?
Yeah.
And bring them back to life. Like Ludi, in Ludi's revival. It's helping us learn how to communicate heart to heart, soul to soul, right? So we can
Uh-huh.
hopefully eventually get mind to mind. It's such a powerful work you do, sis, and just you're getting love and comments, and I want to thank you for allowing me to put you on the spot, because this was a vision I had for tonight. Also, for folks who showed up, and I want to shout out another one of our female leader rising sisters who's over there in Nigerian, Rosalind, who was here.
Yeah.
um, she's
Beautiful.
also, she does, I believe, NGO work, and charity work and what have you. And so look her up, the fulfillment specialist. But I just thank you for being here, sis, and showing love and sharing your truth. Girl, that was real talk. Because so many women, so many people in general heard your story and will hear your story of literally rising from the ashes of nothingness. You
Yeah.
know, and literally it was you, finding your willpower to find your strength to step out there and just start connecting those dots, being willing, being obedient, and just moving in
Mhm.
faith. So I
You know,
applaud you, sis. Yes.
there is something, Doc, that, some people you have to discover during your life.
Yes.
I had like, I was well to do in Holland. I was
Mhm.
okay. I had a lovely position. I had a house. I had a car. I had, things. I had savings. I had
Yeah.
everything you need. But that is material, you see.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
was very unhappy with everything that was happening in this
Mhm.
process, because I really was literally helping board members that were fighting in the hallway,
Yeah.
literally.
Yes.
um,
Wow.
so the environment of doing this, and I was just
Yeah.
grown into this. This is normal to do this. This is what you do. You learn, uh,
Yes.
you learn a job, and then you go and you work in corporate, and that's how it is. But
Yes.
when your material is high, but then your spiritual is rising. So I
Girl.
was growing as a person. I was
Mhm.
thinking more like, I'm a world
Yeah.
citizen, and
Yes.
I knew this peace world is so important to me, and you need to have, for example, like men and women being equal, not
Yeah.
like man being dominant to women, or you
Mm-hmm.
need to have moderate riches, not
Yeah.
that extreme that other people don't have to eat,
Yeah.
and why would
Girl.
science and religion not be complementary? Having
Yeah.
virtues, is that bad to have
Mm.
virtues when you're a scientist? I don't think
Right.
so. To
Girl,
be honest, I mean,
you.
what's wrong about that? And so I was growing as a person, like having
Yeah.
this vision, but this
Yeah.
vision was a lot bigger than the corporate environment I was in. So I was outgrowing this, but I
Yeah.
was also scared to let it go. So I
Yeah.
was kind of holding on, trying to keep myself going in this whole part.
Yes.
And then somehow what happens is that it's somehow related, this real material and this
Mm-hmm.
spiritual thing. So
Mm-hmm.
when I outgrew it, this material thing
Mm-hmm.
sort of collapsed,
Mm-hmm.
and it gave me a clean slate. And then I
Mm.
was there only with my spiritual poverty and coming on, and now I see the material rising again.
Am I right?
You see what is happening? And so I believe in this. How do we
Yes.
say that? When you have a space, don't be scared to give out
Yes.
everything you have, and be sure you're a fountain that is filled from the invisible.
Mm-hmm.
And I started to experience that, to be empty, not empty,
Mm-hmm.
but receptive or open,
Yes.
and to be able to get refilled, and in
Yes.
mysterious ways, really.
Yes.
And so I am growing in confidence. Elsevina was talking about confidence, right?
Yes.
And it's not so much confidence in me, because I feel
Yes.
I'm like an instrument, but it's the
Yes.
confidence that somebody will, make
Yeah.
use of this instrument and
Yeah. Yeah.
get music out of it. You see?
Girl, you know what? I love it. I love it. I love it. Mariah, you have just been the surprise of the night, the
Sorry.
joy, the pleasure, the privilege.
Thank you.
Literally, what everything you just shared in that beautiful summation was like all in our messaging, all in this season. You are exemplary of burnout rising from the ashes. You're exemplary of the understanding and embracing the fear of understanding the fullness of our human experience. The spiritual, the scientific, all of that. And just what that visual you just gave about the materialistic, and the spiritual, like on that equal plane, and then that shift, girl, so powerful. That's been my life story. That's been my experience as well. So, girl, I just bless you. I look forward to
Thank
continuing the
you.
conversation with you. I saw Yemi Ayeni just popped in, I believe so. But
Yes.
sis, please feel free to drop in the comments, and definitely we're gonna get you on next season. So much
Yes.
love to you, and thank you so much for being here.
Yes.
That was beautiful because I had not heard that full telling. So thank you, and I know you blessed some folks. So,
Thank you,
yeah.
God.
Oh, much love to you. Yes. So
Yeah.
my female leaders rising sister over there. So you guys be sure to check her out and follow her. Just a beautiful soul. I see Jill Shepherd came in. Thank you for being here, sis, for being a woman of your word and showing up and supporting. So sending you love over there in the beautiful Australia, the land down under. And I see Yemi just popped in. Hi, Yemi, girl. Look, I'm gonna throw you on the spot because we said we were just gonna follow our flow tonight.
Yeah.
So I know we were looking at let's see who is that popping in? Is that Ludi? Were you saying something, Ludi? Or let's see. Okay. We've just been following our flow. Yemi, do you want to pop in here real quick? I know you've been out with the babies.
Oh, then close the door, please. Yeah, I don't know where you're up to, or So I don't even know. I'm literally just coming through the door. So I'm
Girl, look,
happy.
let me tell you how God has been working. It's just been perfect divine timing with bringing you guys in right when you need to be. And
Yeah.
just the flow and the sharing, the beautiful Mariah, she came up, she stepped up from Female Leaders Rising and shared her story. So, girl, you are perfectly timed and so powerfully timed because Mariah was just sharing about soul hurts that that she's recognizing in Peru and just the work she does with NGOs and helping families heal and young ones heal and I would say probably a lot of things that Mariah has also experienced, which you talk about and
Mm,
will be in your upcoming book, Emerging
yeah.
Stronger. But just abuse and
Mm,
narcissistic relationships and what
yeah.
have you, girl. So I just asked the folks, we just been talking about like our highs, our lows, our mids, the miraculous things that have happened this year
Yeah.
and just, what's alive in us right now and what are we looking forward to. So that's just
Mm.
kind of where we've started this candid conversation. So whatever one of those threads you want to pick up and pull.
Wow. Where can I begin? I thank God for where I was and where I am. It's funny because I was speaking to a friend, I think just yesterday, and he didn't realize what was going on in my life. And he said to me, "But you managed to hold it all together so well. You're raising these kids, you're holding this job." And I was talking about the commute that I had to work because it was like a 4 hour round trip, and then I'll come home with the kids. And do you know what I mean? And it was like, but you just carried it all so well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I thank God for where I was and for where I am. And we were
Mhm.
speaking also about family and things. And I said, you know what? It was still a choice in terms of my relationship, right? And I said, I don't regret that because part of that, my experience has now propelled me to where I am. That's been the
Mhm.
fuel in terms of my book. That's been the fuel in terms of my message. So if that experience means that actually other women can gain from, I can teach, I can educate, I can share, I can shine a light, then it's like Joseph, and he said in regards to his brothers, what you meant for me for evil, God has used for my good. So it was a
Yes.
really challenging experience for me.
Yeah.
But God, I believe, is using that experience to support other women. There are a couple of people that have had a sneak preview of the book and have given me feedback, and it's been positive feedback. And I remember speaking to, I forget her name now, but I met her through one of our I think it was Lisa. Was it Lisa? And she said, you know what, this is the book that I wish that I had had 15 years ago. And I said,
Lisa
you know
Bedlow.
what,
Yeah.
exactly, yes, we,
Mhm.
we, we we chatted recently, and I said, right on, sister, because it's exactly the same for me. So I wrote that book for me 10 years ago, for the woman that is going through it, for the woman that is on the other side that needs the healing, for the woman that just needs that bit of hope. So if I can provide that hope, if I can provide that spark, if I can provide that, then I give all glory to God. And in regards to my children as well, there have been challenges, and I can remember a friend saying to me, she said, I think that we are under spiritual attack because there's a group of us. And she said that, the challenges that you have faced have actually kept you in terms of your coaching, have kept you in terms of finishing this book, have kept you in terms of some of the things that I know that you want to do.
Yeah.
And she's been right. But you know what? Delay is not denial, right?
Mhm.
So even though it might have slowed the journey, it has by no means stopped the journey. So I give all glory to God. I am in a much better position now than I was then. I'm much healthier. I'm much happier. The enemy may still come with trials and things like that. But when you've been there, you recognize them faster, don't you? And you think, you know what? I've been there. I've done this thing. It doesn't shake me the way it comes in the past. When the big bad wolf, or whatever name you want to give to whatever challenges comes along,
Right.
you're not
Right.
shaking me the way that I was then. You might huff and you might puff, but you know what? I know that your air is empty. I'm standing on the rock that never fails. I'm standing on the rock that doesn't move. So, yeah.
Girl. Hey, goosebumps. I'm trying to stay in this space. You're gonna cause me to run out of the studio. Yes, 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 yes. All of that. Now, girl, Yemi, who is this I'm seeing and I'm listening to and I'm hearing? Even I remember just our first conversation,
Yeah.
when the big bad wolf was heavy on your neck, on your head. And that's just real because he was heavy on me too. Girl, look at you. Girl, just flowing, doing that thing. Girl, you are about to set some captives free, let me tell you. And just,
Yeah.
you have already started. Like
Thank
all
you.
the women who have shared in this season, you guys are gonna set some people free, captives free. Look, Mariah came up, stepped to the call of her soul summons on the spot just a moment ago, fulfilling a vision I had for
Yeah.
this, for people to literally be in the audience and just come up and share
Mm.
their rising from the ashes story, and just be a part of the conversation, because I am a firm believer, advocate for, and will always be that everyone should have a seat at the table. Everyone should be a part of the conversation, right? It's that heart condition that we need to deal with. We need to heal that, that soul freedom that we all long for and seek. We just don't know what to call it, or we don't know
Yeah.
what it is, or what it looks like, because
Yeah.
these constructs are heavy on our head and have been oppressing us and keeping us down, and no one will tell the truth. No one will speak the truth. No one will
Mm.
let their light
Power
shine.
of the truth. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the truth will set you free. It's a reason God dropped that in my spirit to
Yeah.
say that at the end of every candid conversation, because we need to hear it until we believe it, and then we start standing on it. Your truth will set you free. It will light you up. It will draw people to you. It will
Yeah.
attract. It will
Yeah.
allow you to function and flow in your purpose. And look, you just gave an example of someone who didn't even know you were walking through, because you were holding it with grace, you know. It was just that gift of grace that allowed you to press forward and press on, which so many of us women do, right? This is what we do. We carry
Yeah.
we carry this weight, we carry the load, we make
Yeah.
it look good, we wear the mask, we do whatever we have to do to get through,
Yeah.
and and so that all will be well with other people, and finally, life will happen, and then we'll have to choose us. We'll have to choose us, and we'll have to step into our purpose,
Yeah.
right? To let the light shine, to be the soul walkers, to be the love walkers, to be the light walkers, to be, who we're called to be. And
Yeah.
I love seeing that in you, girl. I cannot wait to see just
Thank you. Thank
what
you. I want
emerging.
to
Yeah, go
touch
ahead,
on
sis.
something that you said in terms of
Yeah.
the truth will set you free. It sets other people free as well. What I find is that the more that we speak, the more that we share, the more that we tell our truth, the more comfortable other people feel in terms of telling, in terms of sharing their own, because then they know, oh, it's not just me. Because when it comes to abuse and things that, have maybe taken place in the darkness, there's a sense of shame around it. I can't tell this person. How can I tell them? What are they going to think of me? What are they going to think of the family? What about the children, or this or that, or what the other is. But like I said, when we share our story, we give other people the permission to do the same. And like you
Oh,
said, when we shine our lights, again, we give other people permission to do the same.
girl. Oh, all of that. Yes. It becomes a chain reaction, like we were talking earlier. It's not happenstance. First of all,
Mm.
I didn't orchestrate this season. This season came about through divine connections, soul connections, and divine timing and appointments. Like literally, even the way we put them in the it was all for a reason,
Yeah.
right? And the conversations we were talking about, how every conversation has a connection to. I didn't go tell people to talk about mind, body, soul business. I mean,
Yeah.
that's my pillar. Those are my pillars. Those are the platforms that Sam and I, espouse and support and teach and all of that. But literally, every conversation has some type of energy, spiritual, scientific, soul, faith, conversation, and connection. It's because that's who we are. That is the fullness and the wholeness of who we are. And when we start understanding and not being afraid of having these conversations, and that
Mm.
this conversation doesn't belong to this group and that conversation belongs to this group, and oh no, if you don't come from this culture, you can't have this conversation. When we all take a seat at the table,
Yeah.
look at the magic that can happen. The
Right.
work, the connections.
Connection.
Literally, we
Powerful.
have people all around this globe on this season.
Yeah. Yeah.
And collectively, we are bringing the light. We are showing love. We are not coming with, the rod, right? And we're not even bringing a carrot. I mean, we're literally all pulling up to the table to eat the same food, right? To
Yeah.
have the same conversation, to be a part of the same conversation, embracing whatever fears may have come. We were laughing earlier. Elvina was on, and I remember when we sat to do her candid conversation, like, 'cause she didn't even ask, she just trusted, and she didn't know what to expect. But we got into that conversation, and oh my gosh. But that's the thing. It's about connecting one
Yeah.
soul to another, one heart to another, as Mariah was saying earlier, not worrying about who we're in competition with or who's doing the same thing we're doing or the similar thing. Oh, well, as my husband says all the time, in the beginning, we were all farmers. We were all, what I'm saying, of some sort. Did that keep us from interacting or coming together or sharing or trading or. So it's just deprogramming, as Laura and I like to talk about, coming out of the matrix. Like, take that red pill, doc. Take the red pill so that we can all just be, and stop going on these cycles of just insanity, or even those folks who do wake up a little bit, and they start to unbecome, and then they start becoming who they are, but then fear takes over, and then they go back to the cycle. That's a whole nother cycle. And this is why I was sharing earlier. This is why I teach about a three phase, unbecoming, becoming, to be, right? Even if you have to back up a little bit and come forward, but there's a destination which
Mhm.
all of you ladies, I feel, have gotten to, where you are in a space of being now, and knowing who you are and your soul's purpose, and operating in that, come what may.
I think that listening to a lot of the podcasts and candid conversations, there's been quite a theme in terms of feeling like maybe we didn't quite fit in to where we were, and just
Mhm.
knowing that there was something more, there was something more, there was something more. Maybe some of us were the odd one out, maybe some of us, and we were just sort of pushing forward, knowing this isn't it for me. There's something
Yeah.
more, and it might not. Fit in with my family, it might not fit in with my friends, it might not, maybe I was the black sheep of the family or whatever it was. But yeah, there is something more, and I know that it's not just this, and I know that that's kind of how it was for me in my family. I don't know, a bit different, or thought a
Yeah.
bit different, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But then you look back, and those quiet times that maybe I wasn't around other people, I would use them to reflect. I would use them, and it's those experiences that you have where you go inward that later on serve you.
Yeah, yeah, so good, so good. You're right. And I was just looking at a comment that Jill Shepherd left, and she's
Mm,
talking about just how community, it's so important,
yeah,
and just being in those spaces, those places, going to finding and putting yourself in those places where you can be heard, where you can be seen, where your soul can breathe, where you can
yeah.
exhale. And it usually does not happen for most people until they get to that space, that where they're just tired of being sick and tired. That was
Yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And sometimes we
Hmm.
think it has to be family, or we think we're not allowed to move in different circles, from our
Hmm.
family, from the friends that we grew up with, or wherever it is. But it's like you said, it's about connecting with the people that you connect with, connecting with the people that speak your
Yeah.
language, connecting with the people that are going in the same direction as you. And they may not even be in the same country, they may not live in the same neighborhood, they may not
Hmm.
have the same color skin, but the sole purpose and the sole mission is the same. You're flowing in the right direction. And when you get in touch with these people, when you get in contact with these people, it's everybody here, it's this community, it's all of the lovely women that you have brought together under this umbrella.
Yeah, yeah, girl. Oh, that just gave me goosebumps, sis. You know what? And I thank all of you for seeing me, for seeing Sam, seeing what we are lifting, and wanting to be a part of it. And even again, I was sharing earlier about so many of you didn't have the fullness or the understanding. It was just we had that soul connection, and you leaned into just that opportunity for hope, peace, joy, and love, and just like what this season, girl, I'm telling you, every conversation blew my mind. It was like we were running out of things to say. What are we doing? We gotta write the same message on everybody. But it was real. That was a power that you guys just brought. You brought the heart, the flames. You brought every aspect of who you are, the creation, the elemental powers embodied, and you all let your soul speak. And I remember and I think I put it in our WhatsApp communication, group, that your episode, for some reason, girl, was the challenge of the season. Yeah, look, those shadows. What did you say? The big bad wolf. That Joker
Blaring hard.
did not want you on this platform. Did not want your
Wow.
message,
Wow.
girl. I'm telling you, my husband, my sister, my brother, everybody was fighting every aspect that they worked
Wow.
with or dealt with. Girl, it was a battle. Like Sam was in research finding tools to like do certain stuff,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
but this is the power of
Mm.
again coming into community and connection and giving women the spotlight we're supposed to have. Celebrating women not just on one day of one month, but literally every day. And no disrespect, we appreciate it, but we
Yeah.
should be respected and celebrated
Yeah.
all the time,
Yeah.
every day. Particularly when you sit with the understanding and the fact that a woman is the portal to creation. You know, think about that. Sit with that. That alone should help you emerge stronger. you know? So, yeah, sis. So I'm so grateful for you. I bless God for you and for your presence. I just want you to be able to share whatever you might make you feel complete. Because I know, like, after we jumped off conversations with different folks, it's like, oh, you know what? I should have talked about XYZ. So I wanted you guys to have that opportunity also in this setting. So can you think of anything else you want to put out there, girl, in the world?
Share with people. Something that you mentioned about connection comes to my mind. And yesterday I watched the film Wish. I don't know if any of you have seen it, but when she was at her lowest point and the enemy was beating her down and it looked like this was all over and a star had been captured, what did she do? She started singing. And one by one, all the people started singing. They came together. The combined power, the unity, that's the word, the unity brought about deliverance, meant that she was set free, meant that they were set free. So there is definitely power. The word of God says that one shall put 1,000 to flight, but two, 10,000. And it's amazing what we can do when we come together. Sometimes we think that I have to do it on my own. Sometimes we don't know who can I trust, who can I talk to. But again, coming back to what we're saying about tribes, there is power in unity. There is power when we come together and we are able to amplify that message. And this is part of the platform that you are very kindly giving us to be able to do that. Because again, I've listened to some of these wonderful podcasts and candid conversations, and I just think, wow, all of these amazing women are doing these amazing things. And it's just so wonderful. And it's great when we can come together and amplify that message. So thank you for giving us that platform. Thank you, Sanam and Sam, for working behind the scenes as well to support all of us in getting this message out. So I am excited to get my book out there. The devil has been trying, even when I was trying to post things as well online myself, when the podcast came out, I was having technical issues as well. Can you believe that? And I remember what you said in your message, and I was like, wow, is this for real?
I'm telling you, I was even trying to tag you, like, add you, and like my
Yeah.
app on the phone was crazy. But that, and it happened with you, but it happened like some of those technical
Mm.
difficulties with some of even the other women. But you know what? This is what we do as women. We persevere, right? We dig deep. We dig into those roots, right? That grounding, and we stand tall. We stand tall. We lean into our faith.
Mm.
We lean in, right? And it's so important, so important to celebrate each other, to be present, right? to embrace, to share our stories, in a real way and not in a performative way. And I'm just so grateful because I mean, you just did that so beautifully, sis, so beautifully, and we appreciate the love. You speaking my husband's love language over there. He
Can I
don't
say
ask for
something to Yemi?
yeah.
Everything you said resonated so much. I had a bad wolf too. Thank you for sharing your story. It was very hard for me to share it, but it also empowered me. So thank you for doing this for all of us, Yemi. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
God bless. Oh, thank you for adding that,
Mhm.
Laura. And honestly, I want all of you guys to go ahead and because we set the time tonight because we said we were just gonna follow our flow and we were just gonna, let things happen the way they were meant to happen. We know that it was a holiday season, so I thank you guys for just taking that time, that break. So we were like, I was hoping somebody from down under would get here, and Jill made it. So I would love for you and tech team, tell me if this is not a good idea, but I would love for everybody to come off of mute. And I would just like to, I know we changed the time from 12 GMT. I'm going GMT, folks, for y'all don't know what I'm talking about. It's after 10 p.m. GMT right now. And so we were planning to finish a little early, but I want to just follow our flow. I want to honor our time. I would love for all y'all just to come off of mute. And if anybody needs to go, God bless you. Thank you for being here. Oh, I do want to share one thing. Team, if you can just pull that slideshow. I told you I was about to forget. Pull that back up, the slide deck. Because if you guys know of anyone, or even if it's someone here who we've not served in this capacity, we want to share our Project 100 with you because our goal is to bless women, not to break the bank, not to have them spending, because there's literally a statistic where women spend, well, not just women, just business owners spend $250,000. That's $250,000. $250,000. That's six digits. Literally lose. Well, okay, my mindset now is invest because the lessons learned, but you literally spend that much in trying to just make your first profit or trying to sustain. Well, God has given us a heart, and it's a part of our business ministry. It's the center, or the central part of it is to build you on a firm foundation, mind, body, soul, and business. And so, so we wanted to share our Project 100 with you. You guys probably saw this on, but the women were just speaking and spitting such fire in those episodes. You probably didn't even scan it, but we want to show it here and give you this opportunity because God laid it on my heart, for my husband's heart, and of course, I concur because our brains are literally attached. Uh, to just bless people to even enter into this project for as little as $100. So and that's US dollars. So if you want to have a conversation, if you already know you're all about it or what have you, feel free to scan that QR code, check it out or what have you. Or if you know someone, we ask you to just bless them with the information, and if we can be of service, we'd be happy to bring them into a safe haven and just love on them, take care of them, and build a business on a firm foundation. And then if you can go to the next slide, just real quick, to support, because we lifted this podcast because we feel like it's a part of our calling and what we're supposed to do in giving that platform. So if you guys care to donate in whatever way, we're not asking for any specific. You can donate $1 and we'd feel blessed and happy. So but this lift, like we don't charge for women to be on this platform. There are things that we require, right, as far as soul alignment, connection, that whole piece, and trusting that you are about the people and that you do serve and that sort of thing. But we literally, this is our gift, this is our tithe, if you will, to bless them, to give them that platform, and to and the 25 women who said yes, and they did this. They had no idea we were going to gift them and put them in our DP network of trusted individuals. They didn't. They did this without expectations, and we wanted to bless them again without expectations, but just to show, to celebrate, and to just give hope to the world. bring peace to business owners, right, who have been trying to figure it out themselves. And Ludi was one of those. Yemi was one of those. Laura was one of those. You know, so that you can have just joy, and just operate in the fullness of what you're called to. So we do everything we do with love, including having these candid conversations. So, okay, enough of me talking. If you guys want to just hang out and just have a candid conversation, just kind of wind down or what have you, I would love for you guys to just come on and maybe we spend at least the next 30 minutes. If you have to jump off, or we can just take it all the way to 11. I don't know. Maybe some of our other Aussies will jump on. But Ludi, I would love to start with you because we didn't finish our conversation about I think just the health and wellness piece. So, honey, can we switch to a gallery view? I don't know what we can switch to, where everyone can be seen, or I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll let them do that tech thing.
We are on a gallery review.
Okay, excellent, excellent. All right. So Ludi, you want to come off mute, lady, or wherever you are?
I'm here.
Yeah. Well, everybody, feel free to come off mute, and then as Ludi starts to share, the way we kind of do, because several of the ladies who we met through a community, and we have wine downs every other Friday where folks just come with their snacks and whatever they want to drink, and we just have real talk, just about life, and if business happens to enter in. But it's not about selling, it's about serving the soul. It's about being present, right? Taking off our capes, taking off our, so yeah, let's just end our candid conversations tonight with a wind down. So Ludi,
Right.
girl, you go. Where do you want to pick up? What pen do you want to pull?
I don't know where we left off, but
Uh,
I've enjoyed this whole thing. I've been popping in and out. I had to take the dogs to go run a little bit, but if camera's on, I've been here, and sometimes when it's off, I've been here, but I've heard everybody. I love everything. I love the platform you guys have brought to us. I remember Laura talking about hugging trees and you liking the ocean, and it made me think of the negative ions that brings to us, which is the wellness component. And I know that is huge, and I'm actually wearing my negative ion pendant right now.
oh
So
wow. Wow,
if
talk
I
about
don't wear it,
synchronicity.
I kind of topple into walls. It helps ground me.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's there's just so much to Eastern medicine that
Mhm.
I just want to explore more and learn more about, and then I love sharing it when I do learn it. So that's kind of my wellness component
Yeah.
for what I do, and then just my heart for dementia and
Yes.
those that suffer, and the families that are caring for them. And I just that is my heart, and I'm gonna grow that like crazy this year. I'm
Yes,
excited.
absolutely. And I'm glad you mentioned that because we didn't talk about, what Ludi's revival is all about. But yes, and I think about just, walking through that with my father and, and he having dementia, my stepfather having Alzheimer's. It's real. I mean, it's such a, and that's why I love the fact that you have I think, what is it, the BRN supplement that kind of helps with that also.
Yes. Yeah, the candy nutrition, we'll say.
That is
And,
amazing.
and anyone that has dementia typically don't want to eat. Their appetite is gone. Nothing tastes good anymore. And what they like the
Mhm.
most is the sweets. And that's what
Yes.
I love about the nutritional components that I have found that
Yeah.
they are. There someone else mentioned beetroot, and
Yeah.
that's what sweetens these lozenges. So
Wow.
they're
Yeah.
filled with all things plant and natural, and I can't share it enough. I just love talking about it. I'm here if anyone ever wants to chat or talk about it,
Yeah.
and what's out here and what's available. And they're
Yeah.
made in Europe. That's the other piece I think I wanted to say. They're regulated by a much higher standard
Yes.
than the USA, and it just
Yeah.
I'm I think we are just saying that how I'm sold on them, and they really work for me. And so I talk about things that help me.
Yeah,
And that's basically what I
absolutely.
do.
Well, girl, and Mariah and Jill are saying they want to connect with you, so make sure
Absolutely.
you make sure you do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's so beautiful, it's so powerful, and girl, and just you truly are just such a beautiful soul because just helping people, we're bringing that dignity back to them, or helping with that
Mm,
conversation in the, in that phase of life for the person with the condition and the person
Hmm.
who's serving that part is just so yeah, it makes me
Yeah.
emotional to think about it, but yeah,
Yeah.
so
And
thank you
I'm
for
always training and educating, and I'm getting more certifications. Teepa Snow is the like guru of dementia and all things communication and interaction.
yeah,
And actually, I'm digging through stuff while we were talking, and just it's like the six pieces of the puzzle: time, stakeholders, environment, brain changes, the person, health changes, just
mm,
understanding all of those, and how
yeah,
to come into their lives in a way where you um, give them dignity.
yeah,
And we are the ones as caregivers that need to adjust. Not
mm,
they can't, their
yeah,
brain is
mhm,
dying from the outside in basically,
mhm, yeah,
and outside of the brain to the inside of the brain,
yeah,
but also dying inside out.
yeah,
But there can be dignity and joy throughout the whole process, and that's my goal of being able to share that with others.
yeah, yeah.
beautiful.
You know what? I would love to have you, if you guys haven't connected already, Jackie Wilkinson, who she's in the Netherlands, originally from Zimbabwe, I believe. But she was our 24th day. If you guys haven't connected, because even the work she does with special needs and
Yes.
autism, it's the
Yes.
same type of thing. It's an adjustment of the caregiver, of the parent,
Exactly.
that's
Yep.
needed, and that's important to,
That's
help
exactly
that
right.
communication piece. So powerful, so powerful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm
That
not sure if
was
you and
my
Yemi.
specialty when I was working in the schools, was working with
Ah.
autism. And yeah, I went that route because of the neurological component involved. And that's what I loved
Yeah,
the most. Yeah.
yeah, fascinating. And you and Yemi also need to connect and have a conversation also. That would be, yeah. I love
Yeah.
connecting people.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So who wants to pick up a thread from anything that Ludi
Yeah.
has said, I've said, anybody has said? Who is feeling complete? And I know Jill's expressed because Jill is a nomad. Her and her husband, they're nomads, and they're on a similar path, a similar mission as Sam and I. So we just had the opportunity to connect, and she's just a beautiful
Mm-hmm.
soul.
Yeah.
So I think her connection is a little wonky right now, but she's been dropping in chat. So if I miss it, somebody else bring it up because I want to make sure she's a part of the conversation. So who else wants to jump in?
Yeah, I think it's beautiful, Ludi, what you're talking about actually. You know, my mother-in-law has dementia. She's got
Mhm.
Alzheimer in a very advanced way.
Yeah.
And I've been looking for, ways to accommodate. How can you take care well? Because it can be very daunting. And so
Yes.
I found this, I don't remember the name, but does it ring a bell when I say that there's a woman who formulated beautiful questions?
Mm.
And these are questions that do not ask for your memory to be, you know, up and running, but
Hmm.
questions that you can respond to just like that, with your thoughts at that moment, and how that was changing the communication between the caretakers and the family, and the person who would really
Yeah.
feel like seen and heard. And I have something that I don't know how that works, but I can listen to people that have Alzheimer or have psychiatric problematics or I don't know what. And I just take them as they are. I don't ever think of them like a patient. I never
Right.
think of them like that. And then that's amazing what's coming out, it's amazing. And they have so much wisdom that even if I feel sometimes that a person with dementia is slowly dying, is slowly saying goodbye to this world,
Mm-hmm.
is kind of getting to the other worlds more and more with the people dreams and the connections and what they see and what we don't see, you know.
Yeah.
But I think
Yeah.
there is so much wisdom in this process for us. It's like if you're willing to listen, and I love that from you, which I can feel that you are a person who is willing to listen beyond the words.
Yes.
Very
Yes.
beautiful.
And speaking of that, there's so many ways where, at different levels, there can be things that are said that they don't make sense, but that thing that you do that thing with, that
Yes. Oh,
that
yeah.
conversation just goes
Yes.
on, and
Yeah.
learning how to interact with that person and find out what they're really getting upset about, and being able to step into that and help them is what's most important, and guiding them through that so you don't get that big frustration and that big outburst and that big just shutdown can happen as well.
Yeah.
So, and there's like moments of joy that can be brought out and have your loved one be smiling that you're like, I'm so happy to see her smile. I haven't seen that in forever, or him smile. As simple as the sound of scissors going through paper. You know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she's like, "Oh, did you hear that?" Oh. Doing it again, or curling ribbon and then playing with the rib. Just little things that bring joy, and you look for those moments and you jump into them and be a part of it. It's
Yeah.
phenomenal.
It is. That's
Yeah.
what, like with my dad, when he was going through it and I was able to, just find that joy in the midst. It was everything. And I feel like that's also what contributed to the quality of life, you know, at the end of his. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And really, it was a soul pivot for me. It was a huge soul pivot when I made that decision because I was actually overseas, and I made the decision to come back and take care of my dad, because my parents divorced when I was 15. And so, a lot of people, and this is, not patting myself on the back or anything, but a lot of people might have allowed an unforgiveness to stop them
Yeah.
from making, that decision or what have you. Um, but it was, just some of the most beautiful, and it was an emotional time for me. But I would say it was also the beginning of me powering my soul pivot, and finding, seeking and finding and walking in my purpose because it also gave me an appreciation of life and how short it is and how we could live abundantly. And when we talk about abundance, we're not talking about monetarily, but just more fully, what is that fulfillment in your soul? So yeah. Mm,
Yeah.
yeah. So good, so good. Let's see. Jill dropped in a link. What link is that? Oh, that's her LinkedIn. So yeah, you guys make sure you
Yes.
connect with
Yeah. I'm
Jill.
connecting.
Yeah, and let's see, what else is that? Oh, her Facebook. Yes, so make sure
Yep.
you connect.
And I
Awesome.
put my Facebook in, and it's got links to my LinkedIn in there as well. So,
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. So Laura says it was a true pleasure sharing the day. Laura got to jump off here. Okay. Yeah. So we're just so grateful for just any and all the time you guys have been able to share in this amazing, just this amazing day. What anybody else? Because I don't like to close until people feel complete, and then I do like to bless us out of the space. So. Um, Anybody have any thoughts of or anything that's sitting on them or sitting on their soul to speak?
just a huge thank you to you and Sam and your family,
No,
and driving through what you've driven through this year to keep us at what I consider a forefront. So,
thank you.
I couldn't have done a lot of what I did without you two. And I
No.
know I can't do a lot of what I'm going to do without you two. So,
We have a lot more to do, girl.
Yeah.
Ludi, we love you. We love you so much. The family just appreciates you so much. And we appreciate all of you guys. And thank you. I mean, just giving us our flowers. We really do. I mean, because we don't seek them, we don't search it out. We just try to operate in our purpose, try to, follow God's leading and and lean not to our own understanding, because I tell you what, leaning to our own understanding, I'll be completely truthful and transparent right now, because, like I always do, but leaning to our own understanding, like if I would have looked at, say, registration numbers, right? Or what the world
yeah.
says you should have to do XYZ,
Uh-huh.
this amazing, beautiful conversation tonight, all the conversations would not have happened, because, of course, my flesh started thinking, oh, well, maybe we should reschedule. Maybe it was that old programming that started to seep in, right? That performative programming, that what's a definition of success programming, all those things we've talked about tonight and we've debunked and we all know to not be true. Who's supposed to be there will be there. The conversation that's supposed to happen happens. The just This has been so life-giving and just so affirming, and just when I get off here, I'm gonna have to look. I'm apologizing to God right now for even having that thought, because this conversation has just, oh my gosh, this again, this wasn't orchestrated. How people have shown up tonight, literally, and we've said it as it's gone on, they've literally dropped in sequence. In the way, in the conversations, it has literally flown. It's been a divine flow. It's been a divine appointment. Even Mariah showing up. I didn't know Mariah was gonna make it from Peru. I didn't know she was gonna share her story. I didn't know the fullness of her story. Jill is here. It's just all that. Yemi, I knew Yemi was out with the babies, and she was doing her thing, and I didn't know she was gonna pop in when she popped in. When we lean into just our purpose, following our soul flow, not trying to perform, not trying to orchestrate, it all falls in place.
Yeah.
We just have to have faith. We just have to believe. We have to understand that truly all things do work to get together for good. It might not look like it at the moment,
Yeah.
but everybody has talked about their pain to purpose story. You know,
Yeah.
when you sit with and understand and connect the dots to our pain, we can understand the fullness of life, of why we've gone through what we've gone through, and even why a group of individuals from all over the world end up together on a platform like this. you know? It's a beautiful thing. It's such a beautiful thing. And I thank you guys for seeing my family, for loving on them. Shout out my brother-in-law also, who does the video production with my husband, and also Coram. He's, he's just a cool cat.
Yeah.
In his what is going mid late 20s. So just brilliant. So I thank you guys for doing what you do,
Thank you.
for serving how you serve, from showing up how you show up. Yeah, Mariah, I'm sorry. Were you about to say something, sweetie? Did I
Oh
hear your voice?
yeah, I'm
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
looking so forward to working with you and with Cheyenne. I'm
Mm,
really looking forward to become more visible
ah,
and to be complimented with your amazing talents. And it's different. It's you can have technically you can have a talent, but if it doesn't have a heart, it's different.
it's
And
different.
to find you on this way on my path is like a blessing from heaven, really.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Thank you,
It
girl.
really is. All of you, by the way, just not just Fee and Cheyenne, because all of you that I'm getting to know, it's like it's what I don't know who said that. It's so beautiful to come home to feel
Mm,
like you're with people around you that really started giving from the heart and making the change. Like if I had the same thought, like, I wouldn't want youth and children to suffer the way I did. I wish they had known certain things before. They had opportunities that before, that I didn't have. And
Yeah.
so they can skip that part of the suffering. Maybe they will have other kind of sufferings, but you can skip the part that we've already learned that doesn't work, right? And
Yeah.
I'm so happy that you are instrumental to that. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being a channel for all of us to help us multiply, whatever little drop we are just
Oh,
trying to do to the ocean.
oh,
Yeah.
God bless you. Look, y'all are gonna have me crying. Jill commented, and thank you, Jill, for dropping that in the comments. That she's glad her video is off because she's crying, and so I feel it. Look, I cried earlier, so I don't know. Some of y'all might have missed that, but Mariah, thank you so much.
You're so
Just
welcome.
yeah, we appreciate the love. We really, really do, and yeah, just operate with a pure heart. So I speak on behalf of my entire family, and even my mother-in-law. She sits there, Shanaz. She sits and she goes through all of these with us, and she supports her children, and she
Beautiful.
believes in what we're doing. And my other brother-in-law, Yessi. So it's a family affair, and now you guys are a part of our family, and we just love you unconditionally. We don't say those words lightly. It's not just us spitting it out, but it's a soul connection. It's a heart connection. And we have a spirit of discernment in who's real, who's not. And that's no judgment. But I know all of you all are serving from your heart, and you're trying to do good, and you're trying to you're trying to walk in your purpose. So kudos to you. Congratulations to you for that, for walking through your shedding, your unbecoming to your becomings, however many times you did that, because I did it several actually, to now just being in a space where you can be, right? And that's what it is. It's knowing your truth and standing in your truth, right? And then all the rest of the manifestations will come. Right. Like that big ship we're working on with Female Leaders Rising. We're going to manifest that where women can travel around the world, across the seas, just having a place to be, to congregate, to grow and share and multiply. And so this platform, it's more than just um, celebration. It's also empowering economy for women. That's so important, and that's also a call that I heard, a soul summons from Female Leaders Rising. It's about improving our economic ability, capability, right? Not worried about status. I don't even want to use that word, because that can then turn into materialism and materialistic things. But it's allowing us to find our measures of success where we can heal, and we can, because once we heal, once women heal, the world will heal, right? So thank you for taking your place center stage, whether you intended to tonight or not. And thank you for just embracing, facing your fears, and making them your ally to serve in the way that God intended you to and purposed you to. So, for those who have been with us, for those who are watching the replay, you know, tell me about the pivot you're sensing, right? Drop it in the comments. Share the pivot that you're sensing. Even ladies, for you folks who are here right now, if you're sensing another pivot, because that we can keep pivoting, right? Right? Because it's a refining process, it's a redefining, it's all of that, right? What's shifting, what's shedding, and what's stirring in your souls. So feel free to drop that in comments. And where do you feel, be honest with yourself, be truthful with yourself. Where do you feel most out of alignment with your truth? That's important to sit with also, right? Because we'll try to force ourselves into those cookie cutter models, right? Into those things. I think I saw Jill commented about that earlier as well. We'll try to force ourselves. That's how I lost so much money, right? But now, because I've connected the dots and I see the purpose that it served, and it was a part of just informing what I now do with my husband. And it literally brought my husband to me. I was his client 5 years ago. I am so grateful for that. I am so grateful, even for those choices that I made that were permissible choices, right, to inform my path, right? It didn't feel good at the time. Certainly didn't feel good to my wallet, my pocketbook, my livelihood, or any of that stuff, right? You know, but I am so grateful for it. So, where do you feel most out of alignment with your truth? And what legacy do you long to live, right? Not just someday, but now. These women are living their legacy now. We tend to think of legacy erroneously, right? Or not erroneously, but with not in its fullness, right? Because you are a living legacy. How you choose to live, think about your kids, think about the people you influence, you affect. Mariah is living a legacy over there in Peru, right? Making changes. You know, Rosalind, who was here earlier, she's making changes over in Nigeria, helping women who are helping young women, right? Giving them a chance, an opportunity. What legacy are you longing to live? Not just someday, but now. And then the challenge will be to choose you. Choose you. What does that mean? Step into your purpose. Choose you. Start seeking, finding, knock, the door will open. Seek, find, knock, door will open. And we'll help you to do that through Defining Paths International. All 25 of these magnificent women, and 26 with Eve, Coach Eve, who was our bonus spotlight. If you didn't see her today or yesterday, I think it was, the 26, check out her episode. But all of us are here, just not. The door will open. We're here to serve your purpose, and we will be ever grateful and vigilant for it and a safe haven. All of these women who we choose to platform, well, we don't choose them, God brings them to us. And then we feel that soul connection. And so our souls connect and choose. They are a safe haven, right? That's why we're putting them into our DP Trusted Network. That's coming online next year.
Wow.
And so we appreciate you. We hope all of you have been have felt fully seen in this conversation. And I would just like to bless us out and not belabor, because I can just look, my heart is so full, my soul is so full, I can just keep talking. But
Dog Fee.
yes, baby.
Dog
Yeah.
Fee.
Mm-hmm.
Shall I sing a song like for us to open the doors?
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a minute.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Oh Lord, my God, open thou the doors, make safe the path, provide the means, and I don't remember. Provide the means, and for verily thou art the help in peril, the self-subsisting Yabaholapa, Yabaholapa.
Thank you for sharing your soul's truth. May what was spoken, may what was sung, may what was seen, felt, experienced echo in your being. And may what was felt guide your next step. You are not leaving this space. You are not leaving this place. You are carrying it with you in your soul. The pivot has already begun in your soul. So go with grace, led by your soul, held by your legacy. Amen. And God bless you. In Jesus' name, thank you so much. Mariah, that was so perfect. Oh my gosh. And you know what? Oh, just real quick. We literally just had an example of what Elsvina talked about. Real is better than perfect. Mariah, literally, God hears our groans, our utterances, our soul. You kept singing, and that was so powerful, sis. Thank you. Thank you for that seal. Thank you for that blessing out. Thank you all so much. And thank you to my beautiful team, my beautiful husband, all of our spotlights. Folks, please be sure, to, if it's not you, carry our message, right? Carry our message to someone who needs us, who needs a trusted safe haven, to just help them heal, rebuild, and transform from the inside out, mind, body, soul, and business. And we appreciate you so much for spending this time with us. So everybody feels complete. So go ahead and come off of mute. Give your love, send your love, save your chats. Get connected, folks. Get connected. It's so, so important. Get connected. And my beautiful husband, I am so sorry. I am remiss to not let you. Did you have a few words you wanted to say? Oh, the man who carried this lift for us.
Just simply that it's been such a pleasure. Honestly, to witness all of this, I've not been in the best health. But I consider all of this to be a massive, massive blessing. Um, yeah, I just remember yesterday saving that lady from suicide, 2017. Um, it means so much to me that this is a platform where it's all about soul connection that really helps each one of you, every woman in the world, to have the platforms that you deserve, and you deserve it. Absolutely. And that we continue to grow and manifest into 2026, I'll repeat my challenge to go out there and serve, you know. Don't need to sell to no one. Because trust me, soul connection and building a relationship is all that counts. You, all of you, are so wonderful. And for me, I will always take it with me, I know what being alone looks like, you know, but been alone most of my life. But the sacrifice and the leap of faith was all worth it. And I really, really appreciate how this turned out. So thank you. It truly has blessed both me and Honey. Um, and that's who we are. We're human beings that want to walk with people, walk, you collaborate. There's no need to compete because there was no such thing. There was no such thing. And remember, as women, as goddesses yourselves, you should celebrate yourselves every day. There's not a day to celebrate yourselves. You celebrate every single moment because you bring life onto earth. You are life on earth. You understand? And so, yeah, I just loved every bit of it. And to be part of it, and just to watch it all, you know, I did not think of my coughing or anything. I was coughing a whole lot before this before this event. So, but yeah, no, I totally, totally enjoyed it. Thank you, Honey, again for giving me a bit of the spotlight to talk about to say this basically. But no, I'm proud of all of you, love all of you, and I wish you all a very, very happy New Year and an amazing 2026.
Yes, ladies, Happy New Year. And I don't know if anybody has a drink. I have some tea over here. Cheers to you and happy, happy New Year. So we're here for you. Reach out anytime. And we look forward to 2026 and coming back because this is just the beginning. All right, so go ahead and come off mute if you're on mute still, and just show your love, say your
Yeah.
goodbyes, and
Happy New
we just appreciate
Year.
all of you at home who are with us, who are listening, and Honey's gonna see us out. We started off with "C'est la vie." I mean, we can do "C'est la vie" again because I love that. So we're like a Eurovision family. So. So we started off with "C'est la vie," and it's so applicable because and rising from the ashes, the way you rise from the ashes is to understand to his life. It's just a journey we're living and leading, and life happens. What are we gonna do when it happens? We're gonna pivot. All right, sisters, celebrating you all year round, every single day. Much love, and we'll see you in 2026. Thank you for being here. thank your families for allowing you to be here with us. And thank you to my beautiful family.